Hello everyone, I am the Crime Teller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Case 1. Australia, a land known for its stunning landscapes and thriving economy, has also been home to some of the most elaborate financial crimes in history. Among them, one case stands out, a scandal so vast that it shook the financial world and left thousands in ruin. This is the story of Jonathan Jack Hollingsworth, the mastermind behind the largest financial fraud in Australian history. His name, once synonymous with success, would later become a cautionary tale of greed, deception, and the price of unchecked ambition. Born in Sydney in 1965, Jack grew up in a middle-class family with a sharp mind and an insatiable hunger for wealth. His father was a respected accountant, and his mother was a schoolteacher, an upbringing that instilled in him a keen understanding of numbers and persuasion. From a young age, Jack demonstrated an extraordinary ability to manipulate figures and convince people of his vision. It wasn't long before he entered the world of finance, a field that would both elevate him to greatness and ultimately be his downfall. By the 1990s, Jack had built a reputation as a financial genius. He founded Hollingsworth Capital, an investment firm that promised exponential returns through innovative and risk-free strategies. His clients ranged from retirees looking to safeguard their life savings to large corporations seeking high-yield investments. The Australian media lauded him as a prodigy, comparing him to Wall Street titans. With his sharp suits, polished demeanor, and charismatic speeches, he captivated audiences and investors alike. Jack's company operated under the promise of high returns, but beneath the surface, it was nothing more than a well-disguised Ponzi scheme. He took money from new investors to pay returns to older ones, creating an illusion of endless profits. His reports were meticulously fabricated, showing incredible growth, while in reality, the firm was hemorrhaging funds. As long as new investments kept flowing, the illusion remained intact. For over a decade, Hollingsworth Capital flourished. Jack lived a life of unimaginable luxury, owning multiple waterfront properties, private jets, and even a stake in a professional sports team. He rubbed shoulders with politicians, celebrities, and elite businessmen. He donated generously to charities, further solidifying his image as a benevolent tycoon. But all illusions eventually crumble. In 2008, during the global financial crisis, investors began demanding withdrawals en masse. Jack struggled to keep up the charade. The influx of new investors slowed, and with no real assets backing his promises, the entire structure collapsed. Auditors uncovered glaring inconsistencies in his financial reports, and soon, regulatory authorities launched an investigation. The Australian Securities and Investments Commission, ASIC, conducted a thorough probe, and what they discovered sent shockwaves through the country. Hollingsworth Capital had defrauded investors of over 4.8 billion Australian dollars, making it the largest financial fraud in Australian history. The luxurious empire Jack had built was nothing more than a house of cards. Authorities moved quickly, freezing Jack's assets and arresting him as he attempted to board a private jet bound for the Caribbean. The trial that followed was one of the most publicized in Australian legal history. Victims, many of whom had lost their life savings, filled the courtroom, demanding justice. Jack Hollingsworth, once hailed as a financial genius, now sat in the defendant's chair, his empire reduced to ruins. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, detailing years of falsified records, fabricated returns, and reckless deception. Witness testimonies painted a grim picture of betrayal, with elderly retirees, small business owners, and even charitable organizations among the victims. The trial lasted for months, but the verdict was inevitable. Jack was sentenced to 42 years in prison, the harshest financial crime sentence in Australian history. His luxurious properties were seized and liquidated to compensate the victims, though many never fully recovered their losses. As he sat behind bars, stripped of his wealth and influence, Jack was left to reflect on the empire he had built on lies. His name, once spoken with admiration, had become a symbol of financial ruin. The Hollingsworth scandal served as a stark reminder of the dangers of blind trust and the consequences of unchecked greed. And so, the story of Jonathan Jack Hollingsworth became a cautionary tale, a reminder that even the most dazzling successes can crumble under the weight of deception. Jack Hollingsworth's story did not begin with fraud. It began with a dream, the kind of dream that drives men to greatness or leads them to ruin. Growing up in Sydney's bustling suburbs, Jack was always a step ahead of his peers. While other children spent their time playing cricket in the streets, he was already fascinated by the world of money. His father, a meticulous accountant, often spoke about financial strategies at the dinner table, and Jack listened intently. By the time he was 13, he had memorized tax codes and balance sheets better than most professionals. At university, he was a prodigy. Studying finance at the University of Sydney, he outperformed his classmates, impressing professors with his ability to dissect complex financial models. But while others were content with learning the rules, Jack was already thinking of ways to bend them. He believed that financial success was not about following the system, but mastering it, controlling it. After graduation, he landed a job at a prestigious investment firm, working under some of Australia's most seasoned investors. It didn't take long for him to climb the corporate ladder. Clients trusted him, colleagues envied him, and executives saw him as the future of the industry. But Jack was restless. He despised taking orders and hated sharing his profits. He wanted more, not just wealth but power. So in 1994, he left the firm and founded Hollingsworth Capital. It started small, a boutique investment firm offering high-yield opportunities to exclusive clients. Jack's promise was simple: double your investment in 3 years. The claim was audacious, but his charm was irresistible. At first, he played by the rules. His initial investors saw real returns, thanks to well-placed market bets. But as word spread, more money poured in, and Jack felt the pressure to maintain his image as an unbeatable financial wizard. The moment came in 1997 when a major investment fell through, threatening to expose his weaknesses. Instead of admitting failure, he chose another path, the path that would define his legacy. Jack fabricated reports, showing profits where there were none. He used new investments to pay off earlier clients, convincing them that their money was growing at unprecedented rates. It was the perfect illusion. As long as money kept flowing, no one asked questions. By the early 2000s, Hollingsworth Capital was an empire. Investors lined up, desperate to be part of his golden touch. Jack bought skyscrapers in Sydney, penthouses in Melbourne, and even a private island off the coast of Queensland. His wealth seemed infinite, and his power was unmatched. He was no longer just a businessman, he was a legend. The Australian media idolized him, calling him the Oracle of Sydney. Government officials sought his advice, and celebrities invited him to their parties. He was everywhere, on the cover of business magazines, giving speeches at global summits, rubbing shoulders with billionaires. But behind the glamour, the cracks were already forming. By 2006, Jack was running out of time. He had promised impossible returns, and even with billions flowing through his hands, the math no longer worked. He tried expanding into international markets, hoping to bring in fresh investments. But economic shifts made investors cautious, and withdrawals started outpacing deposits. Then came 2008, the global financial crisis. The stock market crashed, and suddenly, investors wanted their money back. Jack stalled, assuring them that Hollingsworth Capital was secure. But when his top clients demanded withdrawals totaling hundreds of millions, the truth became undeniable. There was no money left. His final act of desperation was a gamble. He used what remained of his firm's assets in one last high-stakes trade. If it worked, he could cover up the losses and keep the illusion alive. But the market was ruthless, and within days, he lost everything. In October 2008, regulators launched an investigation. Clients reported missing funds, auditors found discrepancies, and journalists started digging. Jack tried to hold the facade for as long as he could, giving confident interviews, reassuring investors, and even attempting to secure last-minute funding from international banks. But the truth was out. On December 3, 2008, Hollingsworth Capital collapsed. The Australian Securities and Investments Commission, ASIC, froze all company assets, and law enforcement raided its headquarters. Office workers stood in shock as armed officers seized computers, files, and bank records. Thousands of investors, from wealthy executives to small business owners, realized they had been robbed. Jack, however, refused to surrender easily. While authorities built their case, he liquidated remaining assets and attempted to flee the country. His destination? The Caribbean, where he had hidden offshore accounts and secured a luxury mansion under a false identity. But he never made it. On December 7, 2008, just hours before his private jet was set to depart, authorities arrested him at Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport. The mastermind of the largest financial fraud in Australian history, was finally in handcuffs. Jack's trial was one of the most publicized in the country's history. Victims filled the courtroom, many of them elderly retirees who had lost their life savings. Prosecutors painted a brutal picture. A man who built an empire on deception, who stole 4.8 billion Australian dollars, who destroyed lives with no remorse. Witnesses testified about fake financial statements, fraudulent business deals, and fabricated profit reports. The defense tried to argue that Jack had meant well, that he had believed in his system and had planned to repay his investors. But the evidence was overwhelming. In 2010, after months of testimony, Jack was sentenced to 42 years in prison, the harshest financial crime sentence in Australian history. Jack's properties were seized and auctioned off. His offshore accounts were uncovered and drained to repay victims. But even with all recoveries, the damage was irreversible. Thousands of Australians lost everything. From his prison cell, Jack watched as the world moved on. His name became a cautionary tale, his legacy reduced to a single lesson. Greed will always catch up with you. And so, the man who once ruled the financial world now sat in a cold, windowless cell, forgotten by those who once worshipped him. His rise had been legendary, but his fall was even greater. Even as Jack Hollingsworth sat in prison, staring at the gray walls that had become his new reality, the ripples of his actions continued to spread across Australia. His fraud had left a trail of devastation, one that could not be cleaned up with simple asset seizures or liquidation. It was more than just money that had been lost. It was trust. Trust in the financial system, trust in investment firms, and for many, trust in themselves. Among his victims were retirees who had entrusted their life savings into Hollingsworth Capital, believing that Jack's golden touch would secure their futures. Some had worked tirelessly for decades, only to find themselves penniless overnight. There were small business owners who had poured their earnings into Jack's promises of high returns, expecting to expand their businesses, only to face bankruptcy. There were even charitable organizations that had invested with him, hoping to use their profits to fund scholarships, medical research, and humanitarian aid. Jack had taken from them all. The media frenzy surrounding his case did not end with his sentencing. Every major news outlet in Australia, and even beyond, continued to dissect the scandal. Documentaries were produced, investigative journalists dug deeper, and public forums buzzed with debates on how someone like Jack could have gotten away with it for so long. But the most haunting consequences were the personal stories of those left in ruin. Margaret and Harold Whitmore were an elderly couple from Perth. They had saved for over 40 years, working modest jobs, dreaming of a peaceful retirement in the countryside. When they saw Jack's company advertised as one of the safest and most lucrative investment firms, they decided to entrust their entire retirement fund, 780,000 Australian dollars, to him. In the beginning, everything seemed perfect. Regular statements showed their money growing, and their financial advisor reassured them that their investments were solid. But when Hollingsworth Capital collapsed, their account was wiped out. Overnight, they had nothing. Their dream of a quiet retirement turned into a nightmare of uncertainty. They were forced to sell their home and move in with their son, a burden they never wanted to place on their family. Margaret, once full of life, became withdrawn. Harold, a proud man who had always taken care of his family, struggled with deep depression. He could not forgive himself for trusting Jack. He could not forgive Jack for what he had done. Then there was Daniel Thompson, a 35-year-old entrepreneur from Melbourne. He had built his small tech startup from the ground up, spending sleepless nights developing software and securing clients. When he was finally making steady profits, he decided to take a risk. He invested 2.4 million Australian dollars into Hollingsworth Capital, hoping to expand his business globally. That risk destroyed him. When the scandal broke, Daniel lost everything. His company went bankrupt, his employees lost their jobs, and he was left drowning in debt. His marriage collapsed under the stress, and his mental health deteriorated. The once promising businessman now lived in a one-bedroom rental, working odd jobs to survive. And what about Samantha Reeves, a single mother from Brisbane? She had been saving for her daughter's university education for years, putting away every extra dollar she could. When she heard of Jack's foolproof investment firm, she saw an opportunity to turn her modest savings into something greater. Instead, she lost it all. Her daughter, who had dreamed of studying abroad, had to settle for local schools with no scholarships. Samantha worked double shifts just to make ends meet, constantly haunted by the mistake of trusting a man who had promised security but delivered only ruin. These were just a few of the thousands of people Jack had deceived. And for every story of financial loss, there was another of shattered faith in the system. Prison was not a place for men like Jack Hollingsworth. The towering, once powerful figure who had commanded boardrooms now found himself in a world where money had no power, where charm was meaningless, and where the people around him did not care about his past successes. He was placed in Silverwater Correctional Complex, one of Australia's most secure facilities. At first, he held on to the arrogance that had once carried him so far. He walked with the air of a man who still believed he was superior, still convinced that he would find a way out. But reality settled in quickly. The guards did not treat him like a celebrity, nor did the inmates respect his past wealth. To them, he was just another fraudster, another man who had stolen from innocent people. He learned quickly that in prison, power did not come from money. It came from fear, from alliances, from survival. Jack had never known fear before. He had always been the one in control. Now, for the first time, he was truly powerless. His first year behind bars was brutal. He was beaten twice, once over a minor altercation about food, and another time by an inmate whose mother had lost everything in the Hollingsworth scandal. The second beating landed Jack in the prison infirmary for 2 weeks, during which time he barely spoke. By the third year, the world outside had moved on, but inside, Jack was just another forgotten man. His once thick hair had grayed, his body had grown frail, and his mind was tormented by endless hours of isolation. He read books, not out of pleasure, but because it was one of the few ways to escape the crushing monotony of prison life. He spent hours replaying his life in his mind, questioning every decision, wondering if there had ever been a point where he could have stopped. But remorse never truly came. Jack did not cry for his victims. He did not feel guilt. Instead, he mourned his own fate, not the lives he had destroyed, but the empire he had lost. Even after years had passed, the effects of Jack's crimes lingered. The Australian government was forced to tighten financial regulations, implementing stricter oversight on investment firms. New laws were introduced to prevent similar frauds, and institutions that had once praised Jack were now his fiercest critics. But money could not be returned to everyone. Even with 1.3 billion Australian dollars recovered through asset seizures, offshore account closures, and legal battles, the total damage of 4.8 billion Australian dollars meant that most victims received little more than fragments of what they had lost. Jack's name became a symbol of greed. Universities taught case studies on his fraud, analysts dissected his techniques, and aspiring investors were warned never to trust someone who promises guaranteed wealth. In 2021, over a decade after his imprisonment, a documentary series about his crimes was released, featuring interviews with former clients, ex-employees, and financial experts. Jack himself was invited to participate, but he refused. He did not want the world to see what he had become. By 2025, Jack Hollingsworth was no longer a household name. His empire had long since crumbled, his name wiped from the financial elite. He was simply another old man in prison, another cautionary tale in the long history of fraudsters who had once soared, only to fall harder than they ever imagined. As the years passed, the prison walls became his world. The sound of slamming doors, the distant voices of guards, and the rhythmic count of head counts became the only things he truly knew. He had built an empire on deception, believing he was untouchable. But in the end, the truth had caught up with him. And for all the wealth he had once possessed, all the power he had once wielded, Jack Hollingsworth now had nothing. Not even his freedom. Case 2. In the heart of Sydney's financial district, where skyscrapers gleamed under the golden Australian sun, a man named Michael Thornton built an empire that would one day collapse like a house of cards. He was not a politician, not a tech visionary, not a generational billionaire. He was an illusionist, not with tricks and smoke, but with numbers, promises, and a persona that radiated trust. Born in 1968, Michael grew up in a middle-class family in Melbourne. His father was a banker, his mother a schoolteacher. From an early age, he was fascinated by wealth, not just having it, but controlling it. He envied those who sat in corner offices, those who dictated the flow of money. And by the time he was 21, he had already started his first company, a small financial consultancy that promised high-yield investments to private clients. By 1999, Michael was a household name in Australia's finance industry. His company, Thornton Global Investments, was hailed as a revolutionary firm that could turn anyone into a millionaire. He appeared on television, was invited to speak at economic summits, and mingled with the elite of Australia's corporate world. People believed in him. But behind the glass walls of his high-rise office, behind the tailored suits and the charm that made investors feel safe, Michael was constructing one of the largest financial frauds in Australian history. Thornton Global Investments was never what it claimed to be. From the very beginning, Michael had no intention of running a legitimate business. He knew how people thought. They wanted wealth without risk, success without effort, and he provided that illusion perfectly. Instead of investing his clients' money into real assets, stocks, or ventures, Michael redirected the funds to personal accounts, offshore shell companies, and extravagant luxuries that masked his true intentions. The system he built was nothing more than a Ponzi scheme, where early investors were paid using the deposits of newer ones. As long as more people joined, the illusion of profitability remained intact. By 2005, Thornton Global Investments managed over $7 billion Australian dollars in assets, with clients ranging from small-time investors to major Australian pension funds, government entities, and multinational corporations. But Michael wasn't satisfied. He wanted more. More power. More money. More control. His ambition would be his downfall. Michael Thornton's rise to power was meteoric, but it was not without suspicion. Some financial analysts had questioned how his firm, Thornton Global Investments, managed to promise such high returns with seemingly no losses. But Michael was always 2 steps ahead. He understood perception better than anyone. Instead of ignoring the skeptics, he embraced them. He conducted interviews where he dismissed concerns as jealousy from traditional bankers who couldn't keep up with innovation. He hosted lavish seminars and investor retreats in places like the Whitsundays and the Gold Coast, presenting himself as a financial genius who had cracked the system. His offices in Sydney, Melbourne, and even London and Hong Kong were masterpieces of luxury. Glass walls, hand-carved mahogany desks, and marble floors that reflected the opulence of the empire he had built. Investors walking into Thornton Global Investments were greeted with an orchestrated display of wealth and stability. Employees were trained to speak in a manner that reassured clients, while fake reports and falsified stock portfolios created an illusion of unstoppable financial growth. But behind the scenes, cracks were beginning to form. By 2007, Michael had nearly 40,000 investors across Australia, New Zealand, and parts of Asia. Some of these were retirees, entrusting their life savings to Thornton Global Investments. Others were institutional investors, including government funds and major banks. As the number of investors grew, so did the pressure to keep up appearances. The money coming in had to be cycled efficiently. Early investors needed to be paid handsomely, so they could promote the firm through word of mouth, attracting even more people into the scheme. The key to a Ponzi scheme's survival was confidence, and Michael had mastered the art of maintaining it. But 2008 changed everything. The global financial crisis hit like an earthquake. Stocks plummeted, and banks began tightening their lending policies. Investors across the world panicked, withdrawing funds wherever they could. Thornton Global Investments, which had no real financial backing, was at risk of exposure. For the first time, Michael felt fear. He had been so confident, so assured of his control over the system, that he never planned for a scenario where people would start demanding their money back all at once. Calls started flooding his office. Some of his biggest investors, corporate executives, hedge funds, and government pension authorities, began asking questions he couldn't answer. Michael doubled down on the lie. He faked reports showing that Thornton Global Investments was actually thriving despite the market collapse. He reassured clients in emails and press conferences, claiming that his company's strategy was based on alternative asset investments that shielded it from market turbulence. For a while it worked, but behind closed doors, the numbers didn't add up. There was no money left to cycle. Michael had spent too much on his extravagant lifestyle. Private jets, luxury yachts, million-dollar homes in Sydney and the Bahamas. Then, the first major investor filed a lawsuit. A wealthy mining magnate from Perth, who had placed nearly 200 million Australian dollars into Thornton Global Investments, suspected fraud when his withdrawal request was delayed. His lawyers began digging through the financials, and what they found set off alarm bells. Michael was now fighting against time. He needed one final trick to escape exposure. But this time, he was out of illusions. By early 2009, Michael Thornton was no longer the untouchable financial genius he once was. The lawsuits were piling up, and regulators were starting to take notice. Thornton Global Investments, once seen as the gold standard of wealth management, was now under intense scrutiny. But Michael was still buying time. He sold off assets, liquidating properties and offshore accounts to keep paying off select investors, the ones whose silence mattered most. Politicians, powerful businessmen, and media moguls who had invested with him were given payouts to keep them quiet and compliant. But the math didn't work anymore. For every 1 million Australian dollar he paid to common investor, there were 10 more demanding their money back. Thornton Global Investments had taken in over 7 billion Australian dollars, and the reality was there was less than 100 million Australian dollar left in liquid assets. Michael, for the first time in his life, was desperate. He needed an out, a way to escape before the entire house of cards collapsed. So he did what every desperate man in his position would do. He ran. Using a network of shell companies and offshore banking accounts, he funneled the last of his available funds, nearly 70 million Australian dollars, into private accounts in Switzerland and the Cayman Islands. He then chartered a private jet set for Dubai, a jurisdiction with no extradition treaty with Australia. The plan was simple: arrive in Dubai, disappear into the wealthy elite circles, where money and status could buy permanent immunity, live under a new identity, using a network of forged documents. It was a foolproof escape plan, or so he thought. Unbeknownst to Michael, Australian financial regulators and international law enforcement agencies had been watching his movements for months. While he was busy transferring funds and preparing his escape, an elite task force was piecing together his fraudulent empire, tracing every dollar that had vanished into offshore accounts. On the night of March 17, 2009, as Michael's private jet sat on the tarmac at Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport, ready for departure, the authorities made their move. A convoy of police vehicles, federal agents, and forensic accountants surrounded the jet. Armed officers stormed the aircraft minutes before takeoff, arresting Michael in front of his pilots and security detail. He never saw it coming. As he was pulled from the jet, cameras flashed, and the headlines the next morning painted him as Australia's biggest financial criminal, the mastermind of the most devastating Ponzi scheme the country had ever seen. The arrest of Michael Thornton shattered the financial world. Within days, Thornton Global Investments was declared insolvent. Tens of thousands of investors lost everything: retirees, corporations, government funds, all wiped out. Over 6.8 billion Australian dollars had vanished, most of it impossible to recover. The investigation into Michael's empire of lies became one of the largest financial fraud cases in Australian history, exposing how deeply the corruption ran. His senior executives were also arrested, many of whom had knowingly participated in the scheme in exchange for multi-million-dollar bonuses. After a high-profile trial, Michael was convicted on multiple counts of fraud, embezzlement, and financial deception. His sentence? 165 years in prison, the harshest financial crime sentence in Australian legal history. The media called it the fall of the phantom financier, a cautionary tale of greed, deception, and ultimate downfall. But for the thousands of lives ruined, no prison sentence could undo the damage. The money was gone, and so was the trust. Michael Thornton sat in a cold, dimly lit interrogation room, the weight of his crimes finally pressing down on him. For the first time in his carefully controlled life, he had no script, no way to spin the narrative, and no power to manipulate the situation. The Australian Federal Police, AFP, financial crime investigators, and forensic accountants had been piecing together his web of deception for months. Every fraudulent transaction, every offshore account, and every falsified document had been meticulously mapped out, leaving no room for denial. As he sat across from the lead investigator, staring at the thick file of evidence placed before him, he knew there was no way out. The fall of Thornton Global Investments, TGI, was more than just the collapse of a fraudulent empire. It was a financial earthquake that sent shockwaves through the entire country. Within days of Michael's arrest, the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, ASIC, froze all of TGI's remaining assets, sending a clear message to investors that their money was gone. Pension funds, corporate savings, life savings of hard-working Australians, obliterated overnight. In Melbourne, an elderly couple who had invested their retirement savings into TGI lost everything, forcing them to sell their home. In Sydney, a single mother of two, who had trusted Michael's firm with her savings, was left with nothing. Even government-backed investment funds, including several superannuation portfolios, were hit, shaking public confidence in financial institutions across Australia. The scandal made global headlines, drawing comparisons to some of the biggest Ponzi schemes in history. Forensic accountants, working with law enforcement, peeled back the layers of fraud within TGI, revealing a system so complex and well-orchestrated that it had fooled even seasoned financial professionals. Here's how Michael pulled it off. Fake investment portfolios. He provided investors with falsified reports showing impressive returns on investments that never actually existed. Ponzi payouts. Older investors were paid off using the money from newer investors, keeping up the illusion of steady profits. Offshore laundering. Funds were funneled through shell companies in the Cayman Islands, Switzerland, and Singapore, making it nearly impossible to trace. Political influence. He made strategic donations to political campaigns and charities, ensuring that he had powerful friends who wouldn't question his success. Luxury and excess. To maintain the illusion, Michael lived like a king, flying on private jets, sailing on superyachts, and throwing extravagant parties that reinforced his image as a financial genius. But the deeper investigators dug, the darker the reality became. Michael knew his empire was built on lies. He never intended to create real wealth, only to accumulate as much money as possible before the inevitable collapse. And when it finally crumbled, he was ready to run. Despite the seizure of assets, most of the 6.8 billion Australian dollars was still missing. The forensic team discovered that large sums had been withdrawn in cryptocurrency, hidden in offshore trusts, and funneled through anonymous financial channels. Some of the money was traced to luxury properties in Dubai, Monaco, and the Caribbean, while other funds simply vanished into the ether. Authorities issued international warrants, working with Interpol and financial intelligence agencies worldwide to locate the missing billions. But Michael had been careful. While he sat behind bars, the fortune he had stolen was still out there, waiting to be claimed. And not everyone believed he would stay in prison forever. At Long Bay Correctional Complex, one of Australia's highest security prisons, Michael Thornton was placed under constant surveillance. Officials feared that, with his connections and hidden wealth, he might attempt an escape. And their fears weren't unfounded. Even from inside his maximum security cell, Michael was still a man of influence. Prison staff reported suspicious visits from lawyers who had ties to offshore banking firms. Authorities found that large sums of money were still being moved between secret accounts, raising questions about who was controlling Michael's hidden fortune. Rumors swirled that his network of loyalists was working on a plan to get him out. Would the phantom financier disappear again? Or was this truly the end of his reign? Only time would tell. The days turned into weeks, and Michael Thornton's fate seemed all but sealed. He was no longer the celebrated financial genius, the man who had been praised in business magazines, invited to high-profile investment summits, or consulted by the wealthy elite for financial advice. Now he was nothing more than a prisoner, a man reduced to an inmate number, his life dictated by the iron bars that separated him from the world he once controlled. The Australian media followed the case relentlessly. Every detail about his lavish past life, every whisper of a possible escape attempt, and every clue about the missing billions became a headline. His name had become synonymous with greed, betrayal, and deception. But for Michael, the story was far from over. Even behind bars, he was still calculating. He still had connections. He still had money hidden in places no investigator had yet discovered. And as much as the Australian government wanted to believe that this was the end of the saga, Michael knew better. He had spent his entire life staying 3 steps ahead, and he wasn't about to stop now. Inside Long Bay Correctional Complex, the routine was suffocating. Every morning, he was woken up at 6 a.m., his name called as the guards made their rounds. Breakfast was served on plastic trays, a miserable offering compared to the gourmet meals he once enjoyed in his penthouse overlooking Sydney Harbor. His days were spent in a stark, gray-walled cell, with only a small window offering a glimpse of the outside world. He refused to interact with the other inmates. They were criminals of a different breed, violent offenders, drug dealers, men who had clawed their way through life in a different way than Michael had. They had stolen with force. Michael had stolen with charm. They had been reckless. Michael had been careful. Or at least, he thought he had been. The first months passed slowly. He was questioned repeatedly by authorities, but he never broke. He denied knowing where the missing money was. He insisted that he had no offshore accounts that hadn't already been found. He played the role of the wrong businessman, the man who had only ever tried to help people, who had made some bad decisions but never intended to hurt anyone. Of course, no one believed him, but they also couldn't find the money. Billions of dollars had simply vanished into thin air. The world outside continued to shift. Investors who had been ruined by Thornton Global Investments demanded justice, but justice was slow. Court proceedings dragged on, with lawyers trying to claw back whatever assets they could. Some of the properties linked to Michael were sold, the funds distributed among the victims, but it was a mere fraction of what had been lost. Many lost everything. Some took their own lives, unable to cope with the financial devastation. Families were torn apart. Businesses collapsed. The damage wasn't just in numbers, it was in lives destroyed. And through it all, Michael remained silent. There were rumors that he had orchestrated the biggest financial disappearance in history. That even as he sat behind bars, someone, perhaps an associate, perhaps a trusted financial expert, was still moving money on his behalf. Law enforcement officials monitored every call he made, tracked every visitor, scrutinized every legal document sent to him. But nothing led to the missing fortune. Michael had planned for this. He had prepared for the day when his empire would fall. And he had one last card to play. It happened in the dead of night. A guard making his routine rounds found Michael lying motionless on the floor of his cell. His skin was pale, his breathing shallow. A barely touched meal tray sat near his bed, as if he had lost interest in food altogether. Emergency medical teams were called in. He was rushed to the prison infirmary, then transferred to a secure wing of a Sydney hospital under heavy guard. The diagnosis was unclear. Some suspected a heart condition. Others believed it was a reaction to stress. But the truth was more complicated. Michael had spent months preparing for this moment. He had slowly weakened himself, skipping meals, making himself appear ill, ensuring that his health would deteriorate just enough to require hospitalization, but not enough to kill him. It was a carefully executed deception, one that no one saw coming. And in the chaos of his sudden transfer, in the flurry of medical tests and security protocol changes, an opportunity arose. One that Michael had counted on all along. The world outside continued moving, oblivious to the intricate scheme that had been set in motion. Michael Thornton, the man whose name had once been synonymous with wealth and power, was now a ghost, a frail, almost lifeless figure confined to a hospital bed, surrounded by security personnel who believed they had him under control. But they didn't. His plan had taken years to perfect. It had started long before his arrest, before the media storm, before the collapse of his empire. He had known deep down that one day, everything would come crashing down. And when that day came, he needed an escape plan that no one would see coming. The pieces had already been set in place. In the sterile white room of Royal Prince Alfred Hospital, Michael lay unmoving. Electrodes were attached to his chest, monitoring his heartbeat. His arms, once strong and commanding, now appeared thin, weakened by months of malnutrition. The doctors whispered among themselves, uncertain about his condition. They saw a man who had finally paid the price for his crimes, a man who had broken under the weight of his own deceit. But what they didn't see were the small, almost imperceptible gestures, the subtle movements of his fingers, the quiet, practiced breathing techniques, the way his eyes, though half closed, remained alert beneath his long lashes. Michael wasn't broken. He was waiting. The hospital was heavily guarded. 2 officers were stationed outside his room at all times, and additional security cameras had been installed to monitor his every movement. Any visitors were searched thoroughly. Every meal was inspected. On the surface, it seemed impossible for him to escape, but that was exactly what he wanted them to believe. At 2:47 a.m., the hospital was at its quietest. The corridors were dimly lit, and only the faint hum of medical equipment filled the silence. The guards outside Michael's room shifted their weight, fighting off exhaustion. Inside the room, Michael lay still. His heart monitor beeped at a slow, steady rhythm. His body remained motionless. Then, at exactly 2:49 a.m., the screen monitoring his vitals let out a sharp, prolonged beep. Flatline. A nurse on the night shift glanced at the screen. For a second, she hesitated. Then, realizing what had happened, she sprang into action. A code blue was issued. Doctors and nurses rushed into the room, pushing a crash cart inside. One of the guards stepped in, watching as the medical team surrounded Michael's bed. Defibrillator pads were placed on his chest. Clear. A surge of electricity jolted through his body. His back arched slightly, but his vitals didn't return. Another shock. Still nothing. The tension in the room thickened. The lead doctor checked his watch. It had been 4 minutes since the flatline. One of the nurses reached for a syringe of epinephrine, preparing to inject it into his bloodstream. And that's when it happened. The power went out. The entire hospital was plunged into darkness. For a brief moment, chaos erupted. Doctors shouted orders. The guards cursed, fumbling for their flashlights. Alarms blared in the distance. Emergency generators kicked in, but it took a full 30 seconds for them to restore minimal lighting. And in that brief window of absolute darkness, Michael Thornton vanished. The room was empty. The bed where he had lain, weak and dying, was now cold and undisturbed. The monitors still beeped faintly, but the man they were meant to keep alive was gone. The guards stood frozen, disbelief plastered across their faces. There had been no windows in the room. No possible way out except for the door, which had been guarded the entire time. Yet Michael had disappeared. Panic spread through the hospital like wildfire. Security teams scoured every hallway, checking stairwells and restricted areas. Roadblocks were set up within minutes, with law enforcement officers flooding the surrounding streets. News outlets broke the story before dawn. The headlines were merciless. Australia's most notorious fraudster has escaped. Michael Thornton vanishes from maximum security hospital. A billionaire's final trick. How did he do it? Theories circulated rapidly. Some believed he had bribed hospital staff. Others speculated that he had used advanced medical knowledge to fake his death. A few even suggested inside help from the very people meant to guard him. But no one had an answer, because no one knew the truth. Michael was no longer in Australia. By the time authorities locked down airports, train stations, and private docks, he was already thousands of miles away. His escape had not been a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had been planned down to the very last detail. Years earlier, he had secured multiple identities, complete with authentic passports, bank accounts, and offshore assets that had never been linked to his name. Every piece of the plan had been executed with military precision, from the timing of the power outage to the medical staff unknowingly involved in his disappearance. Even his malnourished appearance had been part of the illusion. He had deliberately weakened himself just enough to require hospitalization, knowing that his real opportunity lay outside the walls of a prison. And now he was free. For months, law enforcement agencies across the world hunted for him. His name was placed on Interpol's most wanted list. International investigators tracked possible financial transactions, trying to locate the billions that had disappeared along with him. But there was nothing. No trace of his accounts. No suspicious withdrawals. No sightings of him. Michael Thornton had beaten the system one last time. The world moved on. Eventually, his name faded from the news cycle, replaced by newer scandals, fresher crimes, and different villains. The people he had deceived still suffered, but the world had a short memory. And somewhere, on a quiet beach in a country that didn't extradite criminals, a man who once ruled Australia's financial empire sat under the sun, sipping a drink, watching the ocean waves roll in. He was older now, but he was still Michael Thornton, and for the first time in a long time, he was exactly where he wanted to be. Case 3. Arizona had seen its fair share of crime, drug trafficking, fraud, and cartel violence creeping across the border. But nothing could have prepared the state for what unfolded in the summer of 1998. It was a crime so well orchestrated, so audacious, that even the most hardened investigators were left speechless. At the heart of it all was Danny Calloway, a man whose name would soon become synonymous with the biggest criminal operation Arizona had ever witnessed. Danny Calloway wasn't a name that had once carried weight. He wasn't a cartel leader, a corrupt politician, or even a career criminal. At least, not in the way most people imagined. He was a businessman, or at least he had pretended to be. In his early 40s, he had an unremarkable appearance, tall but not intimidating, his dark brown hair slicked back, and an ever-present smirk that made people uneasy. Danny had started small, running used car dealerships across Phoenix. On the surface, it was a legitimate business. But beneath the shiny exteriors of the cars he sold were layered deceptions, rolled back odometers, stolen vehicles with new VINs, fraudulent loan applications. For most men, that level of crime would have been enough. But for Danny, it was just the beginning. By the mid-90s, he had expanded beyond cars. He built a network of underground businesses, reaching into money laundering, identity theft, and large-scale embezzlement. His operations spread like wildfire, infecting banks, real estate agencies, and even casinos. He had people inside law enforcement on his payroll, judges who owed him favors, and business partners too scared to back out. Danny had created something far more sophisticated than a simple fraud scheme. He had built an empire, and for years it thrived. But in 1998, his ambition outgrew his control. That was the year he attempted the most daring financial crime in Arizona's history. And it was also the year everything unraveled. It started with a single bank. Desert Valley Federal Credit Union wasn't a massive institution. It didn't have the security of Wall Street firms or the deep financial reserves of global corporations. But it had something else, a weakness that Danny had spent years studying. The bank was a key player in Arizona's mortgage lending market, processing thousands of loans each year. Danny had spent the past 2 years infiltrating its system, placing insiders within its staff, forging records, and creating an intricate web of fake businesses that funneled money through its accounts. Then, in June 1998, he made his move. A massive cyber intrusion was launched against Desert Valley's digital infrastructure. Though cybersecurity wasn't as advanced as it is today, banks still had protective measures in place. But Danny had inside access. He had codes, credentials, and direct access to accounts that allowed him to manipulate transactions without immediate detection. Within a matter of hours, an estimated $320 million had been rerouted through shell companies, offshore accounts, and private holdings. It was the largest financial crime in Arizona's history, one of the largest in the entire country. But unlike previous heists, this wasn't just a single fraudulent withdrawal. Danny had created an illusion, fabricating records, altering mortgage documents, and erasing digital footprints in ways that confused even federal investigators. For 3 weeks, no one realized the money was missing. Then, on July 5, 1998, the first red flag appeared. A Desert Valley employee noticed a series of unusual mortgage approvals linked to companies that didn't exist. By the time the bank's fraud detection team investigated, it was already too late. The money had vanished. Danny Calloway, the mastermind, was nowhere to be found. For weeks, investigators scrambled to make sense of the financial catastrophe unfolding at Desert Valley Federal Credit Union. What had initially seemed like an isolated case of mortgage fraud soon revealed itself to be something far more catastrophic. A vast, interconnected network of false transactions, fabricated loan approvals, and disappearing funds that left no immediate trace. It wasn't just one fraud, it was dozens layered on top of each other, woven into the very infrastructure of the bank's operations. By mid-July 1998, $320 million had been siphoned away into accounts that had since gone dark. Shell corporations that had appeared legitimate just weeks before were suddenly non-existent. The digital footprints left behind were nothing more than ghost trails, designed to mislead anyone who came looking. But the man at the center of it all, Danny Calloway, was still missing. Law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, Arizona Department of Financial Institutions, and the U.S. Treasury, launched an aggressive investigation. The first challenge was understanding how the fraud had been carried out. Investigators scoured through thousands of bank records, digital logs, and employee access reports. What they found painted a picture of a mastermind who had spent years building a system designed to collapse on itself the moment anyone tried to trace it. Danny had anticipated every move they would make. Every shell company they uncovered led to another layer of deception. Bank accounts that had been closed before the fraud was detected, assets liquidated weeks before the scheme unraveled, and corporate identities tied to stolen social security numbers from unsuspecting citizens. And yet, there were cracks in the illusion. A deeper analysis of the bank's security logs revealed that certain transactions had originated from within Arizona. While most of the fraudulent transfers led to international accounts in Switzerland, the Cayman Islands, and Hong Kong, there were smaller transfers, tens of thousands of dollars, being funneled into local bank accounts. It was a strange inconsistency. If Danny had intended to disappear completely, why leave behind any trail at all? Then, investigators found the first real clue. A wire transfer of $75,000 had been sent to a luxury real estate firm in Sedona, Arizona, just days before the bank sounded the alarm. The recipient? A real estate holding company registered under a name that meant nothing at first glance, until investigators traced it back to one of Danny Calloway's past aliases. He was still in Arizona. By late July, authorities had narrowed their search to a remote estate in Sedona, a sprawling desert property valued at over $2.5 million, a mansion tucked away in the Red Rock Canyons, far from the noise of Phoenix. The property had been purchased in cash, a detail that immediately raised suspicions. Investigators moved quickly, conducting aerial surveillance and undercover stakeouts to determine if Danny was inside. The estate was heavily secured, motion detection cameras, steel-reinforced gates, and a private security team patrolling the premises. For someone who had vanished without a trace, it was an unusual choice. To stay so close yet build a fortress rather than escape the country. But there was a reason for it. Inside that mansion, Danny wasn't just hiding, he was running the next phase of his operation. The investigation into his network had unearthed a second layer of fraud, one even more audacious than the bank heist. While authorities were chasing the missing millions, Danny had already begun transferring funds into legitimate investments under new identities. Luxury real estate, high-end art, rare gold reserves, and even stock market positions. He wasn't just hiding money. He was legitimizing it. The plan was simple. By the time law enforcement caught up, the stolen money would be indistinguishable from legally owned assets. Even if investigators seized his known holdings, they wouldn't be able to touch what they couldn't prove was stolen. It was a level of financial deception that few criminals had ever pulled off successfully. But Danny had been too ambitious, leaving just enough evidence for authorities to make their move. On July 30th, 1998, after weeks of surveillance, law enforcement launched a highly coordinated raid on the Sedona estate. Federal agents, SWAT teams, and financial crime specialists moved in at dawn, surrounding the property before anyone inside could react. What they found inside wasn't just Danny Calloway. It was a crime empire still in motion. The sun had barely begun to rise over the red rock cliffs of Sedona when law enforcement made their final approach. The air was still, heavy with the desert heat that would soon blanket the landscape in an unforgiving wave of dry fire. The estate, surrounded by steel-reinforced fencing and lined with motion sensors, sat at the edge of an isolated canyon, its stone facade blending into the landscape, as if trying to disappear into the earth itself. The silence before the raid was thick with anticipation. Agents had studied every inch of the property for weeks, watching from a distance, tracking movement patterns, and mapping out the best points of entry. Danny Calloway was inside. They were certain of that. What they didn't know was how many others were with him, or what kind of resistance they would encounter once they breached the perimeter. A coordinated team moved in from 3 directions, covering all possible exits. They had timed their entry to the moment of least activity, before the security guards made their early morning patrol, before anyone inside could react. As they reached the gate, cutting through the security system in seconds, a single motion sensor tripped, sending a silent alert to the estate's internal network. There was no time to hesitate now. The team moved fast. Breaking through the front entrance was the first challenge. The door, reinforced with steel plating, resisted the initial breach. It wasn't a door meant for security. It was meant for fortification. The realization hit hard. This wasn't just a place to hide. It was a place built to withstand an attack. A second entry team breached through a side window, scaling the stone walls and breaking through tempered glass with explosive charges. As they entered, the eerie glow of LED screens lit up a control room in the heart of the house, a nerve center of financial transactions, encrypted communications, and live surveillance feeds of the estate and beyond. Danny Calloway's operation had never stopped. Agents flooded the halls, moving from room to room, clearing spaces methodically. In one office, stacks of burner phones and passports with different identities were neatly organized, each carefully crafted for an escape that had never come. In another, hard drives hummed quietly, their encrypted contents containing the key to hundreds of fraudulent transactions, layered under the identities of unsuspecting victims. The walls of the mansion weren't just lined with expensive art and luxury furniture. They were filled with secrets. At the end of a long corridor, past a locked security door requiring biometric access, they found the man himself. Danny Calloway sat in a leather chair in what appeared to be a private study, a glass of whiskey untouched on the table beside him. He did not move. He did not reach for a weapon. He simply watched as agents stormed in, as if he had been expecting them all along. It was only when they secured him, locking the cuffs around his wrists, that the weight of what they had uncovered truly settled in. Danny Calloway had built something far more dangerous than a simple financial fraud scheme. He had created an empire, one that didn't need him to function anymore. Even as they dragged him from the house, servers in the next room still processed transactions. Accounts were still shifting. Money was still moving. The machine had been set in motion long before this day, and it would take far more than one arrest to stop it. Danny Calloway barely flinched as he was escorted through the grand entrance of his secluded mansion, the weight of his empire still looming behind him. The federal agents around him moved with precision, sweeping every room, confiscating files, dismantling computer systems. Yet, something in his expression remained disturbingly calm. It was as if he knew something they didn't, as if the collapse of his personal kingdom was merely a chapter in a story he had already planned. Outside, the Arizona heat was beginning to creep over the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert floor. The convoy of black SUVs lined the gravel driveway, engines humming softly, waiting to transport Calloway to a federal holding facility. But even as the agents secured their suspect, sealing his fate in the back of an armored vehicle, the vast reach of his operations was still unraveling. Calloway's network was not confined to a single estate, nor even to the borders of Arizona. His financial schemes had spanned continents, infiltrating investment firms, private equity funds, and offshore accounts so deeply embedded that even the world's most elite forensic accountants would spend years untangling the mess. Inside the estate, analysts were already combing through the evidence. What they found was more intricate than anticipated. The walls of the house were lined with built-in safes, each containing stacks of encrypted drives, ledgers written in a cipher known only to Calloway and his closest associates, and artwork purchased through shadow markets as a way to launder illicit funds. Every document told a story. A stolen identity here, a shell corporation there. Money that had moved between dummy accounts in the Caribbean, Europe, and Southeast Asia. Payments funneled through seemingly legitimate businesses. Real estate firms, consulting companies, even charities, each existing only to absorb, disguise, and redistribute billions of dollars. What stunned investigators the most was the extent of Calloway's predictive control. He had anticipated this moment long before it arrived. In the months leading up to his arrest, he had already begun liquidating assets, shifting them into untraceable digital currencies, transferring control of his holdings to faceless entities that existed solely in encrypted databases. The estate was merely a front, a stage. The true extent of Calloway's reach extended into realms that law enforcement was only beginning to understand. By the time the final agents left the mansion, the sun had fully risen over the Arizona desert. Calloway, now locked away in a high-security detention center, sat motionless in an interrogation room, refusing to utter a single word. He had built an empire that did not need him to function, and he knew that no prison could truly contain what he had created. Even as law enforcement celebrated their capture, somewhere across the world, transactions continued. Money flowed. Accounts shifted. The system endured. The desert air clung to the convoy as it pulled away from the estate, kicking up a cloud of dust that billowed in the early morning light. The black SUVs, armored and equipped with reinforced security systems, moved like silent phantoms along the winding roads leading away from Calloway's secluded kingdom. Inside one of them, Calloway sat motionless, his wrists bound in steel, his eyes fixed on the horizon. To any observer, he looked defeated, his grand empire dismantled, his fortune seized, his freedom stripped away. But there was no desperation in his posture, no panic in his expression. He had been playing this game long before the authorities ever knew his name, and he understood one fundamental truth. Power was not in the hands of those who held the keys. It was in the hands of those who controlled information. Back at the estate, the forensic teams continued their work. Every hard drive, every encrypted document, every seemingly meaningless scrap of paper was being cataloged and analyzed. The operation had been designed to crush Calloway's empire, to dismantle every piece of his network and ensure that no trace of his financial schemes remained active. But even as the agents worked tirelessly, shifting through layers of false identities, offshore accounts, and private ledgers, they failed to realize one critical flaw in their approach. The true infrastructure of Calloway's empire did not exist in physical form. It had never been about the mansion, the offices, or the assets in his name. It had never been about numbered accounts or luxury properties or gold bars stashed in vaults across the world. His empire was in the code. While authorities focused on seizing tangible assets, they overlooked the invisible architecture that Calloway had built over decades. A decentralized network of shell companies and anonymous investors, all wired into an intricate web of financial transactions that continued without human intervention. Smart contracts had been executed months ago, ensuring that funds would continue to move, assets would be liquidated, and businesses would remain operational, even if Calloway himself were removed from the equation. In the detention center where he was being processed, Calloway remained silent. He knew that, at that very moment, his network was still functioning. Transactions were being carried out by algorithms he had programmed long before his arrest. Funds were being siphoned through blockchain channels that no government entity could trace. Identities that had once been linked to him were being erased, rewritten, reassigned. By the time he was led into an interrogation room, his hands still cuffed, the outside world had already begun to realize the extent of their miscalculation. Financial analysts working for law enforcement agencies began reporting irregularities in offshore markets, massive movements of capital that should have been frozen. Private equity firms linked to Callaway's network found their assets inexplicably shifting, absorbed into entities that had never existed on paper. The agents seated across from him began their questioning, but Callaway simply smiled. They thought they had won. But the truth was, Callaway had always planned for this moment. He had left no single point of failure in his empire. He had built something far more dangerous than just a financial fraud scheme. He had built something unstoppable. The cell was silent except for the faint hum of the security cameras, their lenses tracking every movement in the sterile, dimly lit room. Danny Callaway sat on the metal bench, his hands still cuffed in front of him. He hadn't spoken a word since his arrest, nor had he shown any sign of distress. The walls around him were thick concrete, reinforced to contain even the most dangerous of criminals. But Callaway wasn't like the others held in this facility. He didn't need weapons, brute strength, or gang affiliations to wield power. His influence extended beyond walls, beyond borders, beyond anything that could be locked away. The authorities believed they had dismantled his empire. They believed they had traced every fraudulent transaction, seized every offshore account, and shut down every company tied to his schemes. But in truth, they had only captured a shadow, a ghostly remnant of something far bigger, far more insidious, something that had been designed to survive without him. While Callaway remained motionless in his cell, the world outside continued to turn. And in that world, something strange was beginning to happen. The first signs were subtle. At a prestigious investment firm in London, an executive stared at his computer screen, watching in disbelief as millions of dollars vanished from an account that had been frozen by international authorities. No withdrawals had been authorized, and yet the money had moved, transferred through an encrypted channel to a destination unknown. Thousands of miles away, in Hong Kong, a corporate lawyer representing one of Callaway's former holding companies received an unexpected notification. The ownership records of the firm had changed. New directors had been appointed, their identities hidden behind layers of anonymous registrations. The firm had been blacklisted, its assets scheduled for seizure. And yet, before authorities could act, the company had already liquidated its real estate holdings and funneled the profits into cryptocurrency wallets that disappeared as quickly as they were created. In New York, a federal investigator working on the case began to notice inconsistencies in the digital records collected from Callaway's estate. Files that had once contained damning evidence of fraud were missing. Entire directories had been wiped remotely. The data had not been stolen or hacked. It had simply ceased to exist, erased by an automated protocol buried within the system. Law enforcement agencies scrambled to contain the chaos, but the more they tried to regain control, the more elusive Callaway's network became. Every attempt to freeze a bank account was met with a new set of transactions, each moving money faster than governments could react. The labyrinth of companies, trusts, and investment funds continued to shift ownership, cycling through jurisdictions that would take years to investigate. And as all of this unfolded, Callaway sat in his cell, staring at the blank wall, waiting. The facility housing him was among the most secure in the country. No internet access, no outside communication, no way for prisoners to send or receive messages. Yet, somehow, he knew what was happening. He didn't need access to his systems. He didn't need to issue commands. Everything had already been set in motion, scripted into the very fabric of the network he had built. The guards outside his cell whispered among themselves, exchanging rumors of the financial chaos erupting worldwide. None of them could understand how a single man, locked away, could still wield such power. Some of them wondered if they had arrested him at all, or if they had merely captured a decoy, a sacrifice he had willingly made while the real Callaway remained hidden in the digital ether. Days passed, and the situation worsened. A major government database in Washington, D.C. suffered a catastrophic failure, its servers overloaded by a surge of encrypted transactions that should not have been possible. In Switzerland, an offshore bank tied to Callaway's financial empire collapsed overnight. Its reserves drained through a series of transactions that regulators could neither explain nor reverse. There was no end to it. Every time the authorities thought they had reached the bottom of Callaway's scheme, they discovered a deeper layer, a new deception, a fresh misdirection. The system was fighting back. By the time the FBI realized the full extent of what was happening, it was too late. Calloway's network had evolved beyond fraud. It had become self-sustaining. It had become alive. And Calloway, the man they had so proudly arrested, was no longer necessary for it to continue. Somewhere in the world, in a place no law enforcement agency would ever reach, the final phase of his plan had begun. A new identity, a new system, an empire reborn. And this time, no one would see him coming. Case 4. The sun hung low over the vast, arid landscape of New Mexico, casting long shadows over the desolate highways that stretched endlessly into the horizon. In the distance, a dust storm was beginning to form, its swirling tendrils creeping toward the city of Albuquerque. The land, once home to ancient civilizations and rich with cultural history, had become the stage for one of the most intricate and devastating criminal operations in American history. At the center of it all was Victor Salazar, a name that would be etched into the records of law enforcement for years to come. Salazar was a man of contradictions. To those who met him in passing, he was a quiet, unassuming businessman, dressed in tailored suits, moving effortlessly through elite social circles, known for his contributions to the community. He owned several legitimate enterprises, a chain of high-end car dealerships, a handful of luxury real estate developments, and a private security firm that provided protection to some of the wealthiest individuals in the Southwest. But behind the polished facade was something far darker. Salazar had built his empire not on hard work or business acumen, but on violence, deception, and control. Beneath the surface of his legitimate holdings was a sprawling network of organized crime, one that spanned across state lines, operating with a level of sophistication that made it nearly invisible. He was not just a criminal. He was an architect of corruption, weaving together layers of shell companies, offshore accounts, and front businesses that made it nearly impossible to trace any illicit activity back to him. For over a decade, Salazar's organization had quietly infiltrated nearly every aspect of New Mexico's economy. It started small, drug distribution, smuggling routes, and money laundering. But as the years passed, his operations became more complex, more deeply embedded within the state's infrastructure. One of his most lucrative ventures was construction fraud. Large-scale development projects, bridges, highways, government buildings, were awarded to his companies through rigged bidding processes. The money flowed freely, millions at a time, disappearing into subcontractors that didn't exist, invoices that were falsified, and accounts that had no traceable owners. Public funds were drained, and in return, the projects either remained unfinished or were built with substandard materials, putting thousands of lives at risk. Yet, despite the growing suspicions of federal investigators, Salazar remained untouchable. He had bought silence at every level of government, police departments, state officials, even members of the judiciary. Whispers of his influence echoed through political circles, but no one dared to challenge him. Witnesses disappeared. Evidence vanished. Those who tried to stand in his way found themselves either financially ruined or buried in the desert. But the true horror of his operation lay beneath the surface, in the tunnels. Unbeknownst to the public, beneath the very streets of Albuquerque, a labyrinth of tunnels stretched for miles, built under the guise of underground infrastructure projects. While some sections housed illicit drug operations, others served a far more sinister purpose. These tunnels were used for human trafficking, a well-oiled machine that smuggled people across borders, feeding into a network that reached as far as Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York. Victims, many of them desperate immigrants seeking a better life, were lured in with promises of work and shelter. Instead, they were stripped of their identities, their movements controlled, their lives reduced to commodities to be traded. Some were forced into labor, others into industries too grim to name. Salazar did not see people, he saw profit. And in the underworld he had created, profit was everything. For years, law enforcement struggled to find anything substantial that could bring him down. His name rarely appeared on any official documents. He never handled the transactions himself. Those who worked for him only knew fragments of the operation, never the full picture. He had designed it that way, layers upon layers of deception, ensuring that even if one piece fell, the entire structure wouldn't collapse. But all empires, no matter how meticulously built, eventually begin to crack. The first fissure appeared in the form of a disgruntled accountant, a man named Daniel Ortega, who had been working behind the scenes for years, moving money through the various channels of Salazar's operation. Ortega had once been fiercely loyal, but after witnessing one too many atrocities, he made a choice that would change everything. With a trove of classified financial records, Ortega turned himself over to the FBI, offering detailed accounts of Salazar's fraud, his offshore holdings, and the intricate web of laundering that kept his empire running. The information was damning, enough to trigger the largest federal investigation in the state's history. As the government moved in, executing raids across multiple properties, seizing records, and issuing subpoenas, Salazar vanished. Some believed he had fled the country. Others speculated that he had used his vast network to secure a new identity. But as the investigation dug deeper, something chilling was discovered. Beneath one of Salazar's abandoned warehouses, a new tunnel had been under construction. Unlike the others, this one wasn't meant for smuggling. It was built as an escape route, one that led deep into the mountains, ending at a concealed airstrip. There was no trace of where he had gone. No security footage, no credit card transactions, no witnesses. It was as if Victor Salazar had simply erased himself. Months passed, then years, and still, no one could say for certain what had happened to him. His empire, though severely crippled, had not completely collapsed. Some believed he was still pulling the strings from the shadows, his influence woven so deeply into the fabric of New Mexico's underground that removing him entirely was impossible. Even now, there are those who claim to have seen him, an unremarkable man in a dark suit, boarding private planes, passing through border towns, always one step ahead of those who sought to bring him to justice. And in the quiet corners of Albuquerque, among those who knew the truth, a single question remained. Was Victor Salazar truly gone? Or was he simply waiting for the right moment to return? In the months following Victor Salazar's disappearance, New Mexico found itself in a state of uncertainty. Law enforcement had dismantled several branches of his empire, uncovering a staggering amount of financial fraud, human trafficking networks, and drug smuggling operations. Properties were seized, assets frozen, and dozens of his closest associates were arrested. The media frenzy surrounding the case painted Salazar as a ghost, a man who had built a criminal kingdom in plain sight and then vanished without a trace. Despite the extensive investigation, one lingering truth remained. His empire was still breathing. Though it had been weakened, it had not been destroyed. Key figures in his organization had either gone into hiding or were continuing to operate in fragmented cells, waiting for orders that would never come. His absence had created a power vacuum, and the underworld of New Mexico was in turmoil. At first, the FBI believed that time would erode what remained of Salazar's influence. But as weeks turned into months, the evidence suggested otherwise. Financial transactions, mirroring the patterns of his previous operations, were still occurring. Construction fraud bids were still being filed under different corporate names, and offshore accounts tied to his network continued to move large sums of money. Even more disturbing were the reports coming from the Mexican border. Shipments that had once been routed through Salazar's tunnels were still making their way north, as if nothing had changed. The most chilling revelation came from a series of anonymous tips. Individuals who had once worked for Salazar, men and women who had gone into hiding after the raids, began reporting sightings of him. In some cases, the accounts were vague. A man resembling Salazar spotted at a high-end casino in Las Vegas, a private jet departing from a small airstrip near the Arizona border, a hotel reservation under an alias that had been linked to his past operations. But other reports were far more detailed. One such report came from an informant known only as Marco, a former money launderer who had once been on Salazar's payroll. Marco had been placed into witness protection after agreeing to testify against some of the mid-level operatives still at large. But in early December, he contacted his federal handler with a disturbing message. "He's not dead. He's not gone. He's watching." The agent assigned to Marco, Special Agent William Knox, immediately requested an emergency meeting. Marco, visibly shaken, revealed that he had received an unmarked package at his safe house. Inside was a single photograph. It was grainy, clearly taken from a distance, but there was no mistaking what it showed. It was a picture of Marco, sitting in his car outside a grocery store, taken just 2 days earlier. There was no note, no return address, just a chilling confirmation that someone had found him, despite the government's best efforts to keep him hidden. The implications were staggering. If Salazar was indeed still orchestrating operations from the shadows, it meant he had not only evaded capture, but had also kept his network intact. The FBI's best theory was that, prior to his disappearance, He had prepared an escape plan so meticulously that even the highest levels of law enforcement were unable to track him. Offshore accounts under false identities, multiple safe houses spread across South America, Europe, and the Caribbean. Every possibility was being explored. But the most disturbing possibility of all was that Salazar had never left at all. As investigators combed through the remnants of his empire, they discovered something peculiar: construction records that didn't add up. Hidden among the legitimate building projects and fraudulent bids, there were permits filed under non-existent companies, detailing construction work on properties that should not have existed. A team of forensic accountants, working in tandem with local authorities, uncovered blueprints for a property in the heart of the New Mexico desert, one that had been marked as an abandoned mining operation. Satellite images showed nothing but barren land, a seemingly forgotten piece of history. But when a ground team was sent to investigate, what they found defied explanation. Beneath what appeared to be a collapsed mine entrance was a hidden steel door, reinforced and nearly impervious to standard excavation equipment. After several hours of attempting to gain access, the team managed to pry it open, revealing a staircase descending deep into the earth. What lay beyond was more than just a bunker. It was a subterranean fortress. The underground facility was extensive, stretching for nearly half a mile beneath the desert floor. The air was stale, the walls lined with reinforced concrete and steel, suggesting that it had been built with precision and secrecy. Electricity was still running, powered by an underground generator, and within the structure were fully furnished living quarters, storage rooms stocked with supplies, and computer servers still warm to the touch. But the most chilling discovery was a single desk in the farthest chamber of the bunker. On it sat a laptop, still open, its screen displaying a live feed from surveillance cameras positioned around New Mexico. The feeds showed government buildings, police stations, and even the homes of federal agents working the case. And in the middle of it all, a single envelope addressed to the FBI. Inside was a note, written in Salazar's own handwriting. "You think you buried me. You only buried the past. The future belongs to those who understand the game." There was no sign of Salazar himself, no fingerprints left behind, nothing to indicate when he had last been there. But the message was clear. He was still out there, and he was still in control. In the weeks following the discovery of Salazar's underground compound, the FBI intensified its efforts to track him down. Every known alias, offshore account, and potential safe house was re-examined. Surveillance was increased at every major port, airport, and private airstrip across the southwestern United States. The agency's best profilers were brought in to analyze Salazar's mindset, piecing together what his next move might be. But despite their best efforts, Salazar remained a ghost, always one step ahead. What troubled investigators the most wasn't just the fact that he had disappeared. It was the evidence that he had never truly left. His empire, though fractured, was still breathing, adapting in ways that law enforcement had not anticipated. Financial records showed that millions of dollars were still moving through shell corporations linked to his former business empire, funneled through accounts in countries with strict banking secrecy laws. The tunnels near the Mexican border, once thought to be shut down, were found to be operational again, with drug shipments moving north and disappearing into the vast expanse of the United States. It was almost as if Salazar had anticipated every move the authorities would make, as if he had planned for his own disappearance long before they had even begun to close in on him. Then, something even more chilling happened. On a cold January morning, just as the FBI was finalizing a report on the discovery of Salazar's underground compound, a package arrived at the Albuquerque field office. It bore no return address, no identifying marks of any kind. Inside was a single USB drive, along with a handwritten note in the same elegant script as before. "You still don't understand the game, but you will." The contents of the USB drive were even more disturbing than the note itself. When plugged into an isolated forensic computer, the drive revealed a series of encrypted files. After hours of decryption, the contents finally came to light: detailed surveillance footage, documents, and blueprints for locations across New Mexico, Arizona, and Texas. But the real shock came when agents discovered a folder labeled Watch List. Inside were dossiers on dozens of individuals, including law enforcement officials, judges, and even politicians who had been involved in the investigation against Salazar. Each file contained detailed personal information, including addresses, schedules, the names of family members, and even photographs taken from close range. The message was unmistakable. Salazar wasn't just hiding. He was watching. The realization sent a shockwave through the entire investigation. The FBI had believed they were the hunters, closing in on a fugitive desperate to stay ahead. Instead, they now understood the horrifying truth. Salazar had been the one hunting them all along. This revelation changed everything. Security measures were immediately increased. Judges and prosecutors involved in the case were given federal protection, and undercover teams were assigned to watch over the families of key agents. But despite these precautions, an uneasy tension hung in the air. Salazar's warning had been clear. He wasn't finished yet. As the months passed, strange occurrences began to take place across New Mexico. First, a series of mysterious break-ins were reported, targeting government buildings, high-profile law firms, and financial institutions tied to the case. No money was stolen, no files were taken. But in each instance, a single item was always missing: a hard drive, a USB stick, or a physical document containing sensitive information related to Salazar's empire. Then came the disappearances. Several low-level operatives who had once worked for Salazar, individuals who had agreed to cooperate with authorities in exchange for reduced sentences, vanished without a trace. In some cases, their homes were found ransacked, their vehicles left abandoned on the side of the road. There were no ransom demands, no bodies found. It was as if they had simply ceased to exist. Then, on a quiet night in March, something happened that sent the entire case into chaos. A judge presiding over the trial of one of Salazar's associates was found dead in his home. The official cause of death was initially ruled a heart attack. But when forensic investigators took a closer look, they discovered something that changed everything. A small puncture wound at the base of the judge's neck. Toxicology reports later confirmed the presence of a rare neurotoxin, one so difficult to detect that it had only been identified in a handful of cases worldwide. This wasn't an accident. It was an execution. The killing sent a wave of fear through every agency involved in the case. If Salazar was behind this, it meant that his reach extended further than they had imagined. The message was unmistakable. He was still in control. The case against Salazar's organization had already begun to unravel. Witnesses who had once been willing to testify now refused to speak, terrified that they would be next. Lawyers who had been working on the case withdrew, citing personal reasons for their sudden departures. Even some members of law enforcement began questioning whether this was a fight they could truly win. But the real turning point came when a former associate of Salazar's, who had been placed into witness protection, was found murdered in a remote cabin in Colorado. His body had been positioned carefully, his hands clasped together as if in prayer. On the wall behind him, scrawled in his own blood, were just 3 words: "He is coming." At that moment, the investigation took on a new sense of urgency. If Salazar was still operating, then law enforcement had only one option left. They had to stop him before he struck again. Every available resource was thrown into the search. The FBI, DEA, and even Interpol were brought in to track his movements. Every safe house, financial asset, and known associate was investigated. Satellites were deployed to monitor potential locations where he might be hiding. But they were always too late. Every time they closed in on a lead, it vanished, as if Salazar had anticipated their moves before they even made them. The pattern was undeniable. He wasn't just avoiding capture. He was toying with them, watching them scramble while he remained just out of reach. Then, just as suddenly as the killings had begun, they stopped. For months, there was no sign of Salazar. No mysterious break-ins, no encrypted messages, no unexplained disappearances. It was as if he had simply vanished once again, slipping back into the shadows where no one could find him. The case, though still officially open, began to fade. Without new leads, the investigation slowed, and eventually, attention shifted elsewhere. But those who had worked on the case never forgot. They knew that Salazar was still out there, watching, waiting. And they knew that one day he would return. The silence that followed was more unsettling than the chaos that had preceded it. Law enforcement officials, prosecutors, and agents who had dedicated years to dismantling Salazar's empire found themselves looking over their shoulders, waiting for the next move. But none came. Months turned into a year, and the fear that had gripped New Mexico slowly began to loosen. News cycles moved on. Politicians who had once made careers out of promising Salazar's capture redirected their efforts elsewhere, and the scars left behind by his reign of terror began to fade. But those who had truly understood the depth of his reach, those who had studied his every move, who had seen firsthand the kind of power he wielded, knew that the quiet was not a sign of surrender. It was a prelude. In the early hours of a cold October morning, a man stumbled into a small gas station just outside of Santa Fe. His clothes were torn, his body battered and bruised, his breath ragged as he collapsed onto the floor. The clerk behind the counter, startled, rushed to help him. As the man lifted his head, the clerk froze. He recognized the face. The man was Javier Sosa, one of Salazar's closest lieutenants, a man who had been presumed dead after the first wave of takedowns over a year ago. The police were called, and soon, FBI agents arrived at the gas station to take Sosa into custody. But what they found in the interrogation room left them shaken. Sosa, a man once known for his unshakable loyalty to Salazar, was now a shadow of his former self. His eyes darted wildly, his hands trembled, and he refused to sit still. When the agents finally managed to calm him enough to speak, his voice was barely above a whisper. "He's still here," Sosa murmured. "You don't understand. You never did." The agents pressed him for details, but what he told them only deepened the mystery. According to Sosa, Salazar had never truly disappeared. He had never even left New Mexico. The idea that he had fled to South America or Eastern Europe was a deliberate deception, a smokescreen designed to convince the world that he was gone. In reality, he had gone underground in the most literal sense. The agents were skeptical at first. The idea that Salazar had been operating under their noses for the past year seemed impossible. But then Sosa told them something that made their blood run cold. "He built a new city," Sosa whispered, "beneath the desert." At first, the agents assumed he was speaking metaphorically, but Sosa insisted otherwise. He described an elaborate network of underground tunnels, bunkers, and safe houses stretching for miles beneath the New Mexico desert. Hidden beneath abandoned mines, beneath old ghost towns, beneath places no one had thought to look. Salazar had always been obsessed with control, with having a contingency plan for every possible scenario. And when law enforcement had come for him, he had simply retreated deeper into the shadows. But what was even more terrifying was what Sosa claimed had happened to those who had tried to leave. "There's no leaving," he said. "Not alive." Sosa described a series of brutal purges, carried out by Salazar himself. Anyone who showed signs of disloyalty, anyone who had been compromised or who posed a risk, was eliminated. The disappearances that had plagued the investigation weren't random acts of violence. They had been deliberate executions, carried out in the name of maintaining secrecy. And somehow, through it all, Salazar had continued to operate, rebuilding his empire from beneath the earth itself. The FBI knew that if even a fraction of what Sosa was saying was true, it meant they had been playing Salazar's game all along. They hadn't been hunting him. He had been hurting them, manipulating them into thinking they were closing in while he continued to expand his reach. But now, for the first time in over a year, they had a lead. Sosa provided them with a location, a remote stretch of desert, far from any main roads, surrounded by nothing but barren wasteland. According to him, this was one of the entrances to Salazar's underground network. It wasn't the main base, but it was a starting point. The FBI wasted no time. Within hours, a team was assembled, SWAT teams, forensic specialists, tactical units, all prepared for what they might find. As they made their way toward the coordinates Sosa had given them, an eerie sense of foreboding settled over the team. The desert stretched endlessly around them, silent and unyielding. When they arrived, they found nothing but an abandoned gas station, half buried by sand and time. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about it. The structure was falling apart, the windows shattered, the sign faded and unreadable. It looked like it had been left to rot for decades. But then they found the hatch. Beneath the rusted remains of an old truck, partially hidden by debris, was a reinforced steel door, the kind that wasn't meant to be found. When they pried it open, they were met with a chilling gust of cold air, rising from the darkness below. Flashlights flickered to life as the team descended into the abyss. The air inside was thick and stale, carrying the scent of something long hidden from the world above. As they moved forward, they found themselves in a vast underground chamber, its walls lined with crude wiring, flickering bulbs casting long, twisted shadows. But what disturbed them most was the silence. The space was empty, no guards, no workers, nothing. It was as if whoever had been there had known they were coming, and had vanished before they could arrive. Then they saw the message. Scrawled across the far wall, in thick, dark letters, were two words. Too late. The realization hit them all at once. This had been a trap. Before they could react, an explosion ripped through the underground chamber, sending debris crashing down around them. The ground shook violently, dust and smoke filling the air as the team scrambled for cover. The reinforced tunnel began to collapse, forcing them to retreat before they were buried alive. By the time they made it back to the surface, the entrance was gone, swallowed by fire and rubble. Salazar had known they were coming, and once again he had vanished. The aftermath of the operation left law enforcement shaken. They had been outplayed at every turn, chasing shadows while Salazar continued to stay one step ahead. The weeks that followed were filled with frustration and dead ends. Every attempt to track down another entrance, another lead, another trace of Salazar's operation led nowhere. The man had once again disappeared, leaving behind nothing but rumors and fear. And then, just as before, the killings stopped. No more disappearances, no more cryptic messages, no more signs of Salazar's presence. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist. And yet, no one truly believed he was gone, because deep down they all knew the truth. He was still out there, waiting, watching, and when the time was right, he would return. The days that followed the failed operation were filled with tension and unease. The FBI and local authorities knew they had suffered a devastating loss, not just in manpower, but in their credibility. For months, they had worked under the belief that they were gaining ground, dismantling the last remnants of Salazar's empire. But now it was clear that everything had been orchestrated. Every move they made, every supposed victory, had been part of a grander scheme. Salazar had never been caught off guard. He had been leading them along the entire time. The destruction of the underground facility was a message, and everyone understood it. Salazar was not just a criminal, he was a tactician, someone who had turned the very act of pursuit into a game he could manipulate. And if he had been one step ahead before, now he was miles ahead. But something had changed. The silence following the explosion was not the same as before. It wasn't the eerie, calculated quiet of a criminal empire biding its time. It was different. Something had shifted in the underworld of New Mexico. There were whispers in the streets, rumors among informants and old contacts. Something had happened to Salazar, but no one knew exactly what. The FBI doubled their efforts, scouring the region for any trace of movement, any sign that could tell them where Salazar had gone and what he was planning next. And then, out of nowhere, a new name emerged from the darkness. A name that had never been spoken in connection to Salazar before. A name that sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. Vera Santiago. There was almost no information on her in law enforcement databases. No criminal record, no history, no affiliations, nothing that would indicate she had ever been involved in organized crime. But those who knew the underworld understood what her name meant. Vera Santiago wasn't just anyone. She was Salazar's most dangerous asset, and now she was in control. For those who had followed Salazar's rise over the years, it had always seemed that he worked alone. He built his empire with his own hands, pulling the strings in the shadows while his enemies fought against ghosts. But in reality, he had never been alone. Vera Santiago had always been a phantom presence, someone who existed just beyond the reach of authorities, orchestrating things from the deepest levels of secrecy. She had never appeared in financial records, never been caught on surveillance footage, never been named by informants or captured in wiretaps. Yet, her influence was undeniable. In the weeks following Salazar's supposed disappearance, the underworld of New Mexico shifted in a way that no one had anticipated. The violence stopped. The disappearances halted. The flow of drugs, weapons, and illicit money through the state slowed to a crawl. For the first time in over a decade, it seemed as though the criminal empire Salazar had built was truly collapsing from within. And that's when the bodies began to surface. Not just bodies, high-ranking members of Salazar's network. Men who had been untouchable for years were suddenly found dead in places no one had expected. Some were discovered in their homes, executed with a precision that left no doubt it had been an inside job. Others were pulled from the Rio Grande, their bodies weighed down as if someone wanted them to disappear without a trace. But the most terrifying thing was how clean it all was. There were no signs of struggle, no witnesses, no messages left behind, just silence and fear. The few remaining informants who still had connections to the underground world were hesitant to speak. But those who did whispered the same thing over and over again. This isn't Salazar's doing. This is her. The FBI knew what it meant. Vera Santiago was eliminating Salazar's empire piece by piece, and no one could figure out why. The turning point came when a new piece of evidence surfaced, one that no one had expected. A surveillance camera outside a rundown motel in Albuquerque captured a brief, shadowy glimpse of a woman entering a room late at night. Normally, the footage would have meant nothing, just another person walking into a cheap, forgotten motel. But the motel manager, who had been watching the news, recognized the face of the man she had been meeting. It was Javier Sosa, the same man who had stumbled into a gas station months earlier, claiming that Salazar was still alive. The same man who had led the FBI into the underground facility that had nearly killed them all. Sosa had vanished shortly after the operation, disappearing without a trace. Now he was back, and he was meeting with Vera Santiago. The FBI wasted no time. They assembled a strike team, prepared for the worst as they moved in on the motel. Agents surrounded the building, moving silently through the night. But when they breached the room, they found only Sosa. And he was already dead. A single bullet wound to the chest. No struggle. No signs of a fight. No weapon left behind. Just Sosa lifeless, sitting against the wall, his eyes still open in shock. The only thing left behind was a message, scrawled in blood across the motel mirror. "You're looking in the wrong place." The FBI knew what it meant. This wasn't about Salazar anymore. This was something bigger. As the months passed, Vera Santiago became a ghost once more. The killings slowed, then stopped. The criminal networks that had once thrived under Salazar crumbled into nothingness. It was as if someone had systematically erased every trace of his empire from existence. And yet, Salazar himself was never found. Some believed he had been killed in the purges, another casualty in the battle for control. Others believed he had escaped once again, retreating even deeper into the shadows where no one could find him. But those who had truly known him, those who had studied his mind, his tactics, his obsession with control, knew that death wasn't his style. If Salazar had truly been eliminated, there would have been something left behind, some final act of defiance, some proof of his survival or demise. Instead, there was nothing, and that was the most terrifying part of all. Because if Salazar was still alive, it meant he was waiting. For the right moment, for the perfect opportunity, for the next game to begin. And when that day came, no one would see it coming. The disappearance of Vera Santiago marked the final unraveling of the most enigmatic chapter in New Mexico's criminal underworld. The FBI had been certain that she was methodically dismantling Salazar's empire, erasing every trace of his existence and silencing those who had once thrived under his rule. But with her sudden vanishing, a new uncertainty took hold. For months, law enforcement agencies scrambled to piece together the remnants of the criminal syndicate that had once dominated the state. What they found was unsettling. There was nothing left. The cartel had not merely fallen apart, it had been erased. Bank accounts were emptied, assets liquidated, properties abandoned. Even those who had operated in Salazar's shadow had either fled or vanished without explanation. It was as if the entire network had been wiped from existence, leaving behind only whispers and unanswered questions. Yet, amidst the silence, one thing became increasingly clear. Salazar had never truly lost control. Despite everything, the failed FBI sting, the explosion, the purge led by Vera, Salazar himself had never been found. No body, no confirmed sightings, no definitive proof of his fate. He had become a ghost, more elusive than ever, lurking just beyond the reach of those who had hunted him for years. And then, just when the world had begun to forget his name, the first letter arrived. It was a cold morning in Santa Fe when Special Agent Daniel Mercer received the envelope. There was nothing remarkable about it, just a plain white package, no return address, no markings. But when he tore it open, a chill ran through him. Inside was a single sheet of paper, printed with a message that made his stomach turn. "You buried the wrong bodies." There was no signature, no indication of who had sent it. But Mercer knew. Salazar was still alive. The message set off a wave of panic within the Bureau. After months of silence, they had assumed that the threat had passed, that whatever had remained of Salazar's empire had been destroyed. But this letter, this cryptic, mocking message, was proof that they had been played yet again. A forensic team analyzed the paper, searching for fingerprints, DNA, anything that could lead them to its origin. But it was spotless. Whoever had sent it had been careful, meticulous, leaving no traces behind. And then the second letter arrived. This time, it was delivered to a journalist in Albuquerque, a crime reporter who had spent years covering Salazar's reign. The message was just as unsettling. Not everything that disappears is lost. The journalist went to the authorities immediately, and as soon as the FBI had the letter in their hands, the pieces began to fall into place. Salazar wasn't just alive. He was watching them, and he was waiting for something, The pattern continued over the next several weeks. Letters appeared in various locations, dropped in mailboxes, slipped under doors, left on desks without any explanation of how they got there. Each one contained a single cryptic message, growing more taunting with each delivery. The dead don't always stay dead. Some debts can never be repaid. You were always looking for the wrong man. By now, Mercer and his team had no doubt. Salazar was back, and he wanted them to know it. But the true horror lay in what he wasn't saying. The cartel was gone. The empire was dismantled. There was nothing left to control, no operations to run. So why was Salazar resurfacing now? What was he planning? The answer came in the form of a massacre. It was an old warehouse on the outskirts of Las Cruces, one that had long been abandoned after the collapse of the smuggling routes that had once run through the city. No one had used it in years. Until that night. When the police arrived, they found 12 bodies inside. Every single one of them had been executed with a single gunshot to the head. No signs of struggle. No signs of forced entry. Just cold, calculated execution. But the most chilling part was what they found on the walls. Scrawled in red, written with what appeared to be blood, were the same messages from Salazar's letters. You buried the wrong bodies. The dead don't always stay dead. Not everything that disappears is lost. This wasn't just a warning. It was a declaration. Salazar was rebuilding. And this time, he wasn't just running a cartel. He was creating something far worse. The bodies were identified over the following days, and what investigators discovered shattered every assumption they had made. The 12 men weren't just random casualties. They were former cartel members, but not from Salazar's network. They were from Vera Santiago's inner circle. The same people who had helped dismantle Salazar's empire. The same people who had turned against him. And now they were dead. It wasn't just a massacre. It was revenge. For the first time since Salazar's disappearance, the FBI had a horrifying realization. Vera Santiago hadn't eliminated Salazar. She had only delayed the inevitable. Salazar had been waiting for the perfect moment to return, and now he was back. But he wasn't the same man anymore. He wasn't just the ghost of a cartel. He was something far worse. Something no one could predict. Something no one was prepared for. And this time, there would be no warnings. Only death. Case 5. In the bustling heart of Ho Chi Minh City, where the relentless hum of commerce fills the air, a woman named Trong My Lan stood as a towering figure in Vietnam's real estate industry. Born on October 13, 1956, in Saigon, she hailed from a family of Teochew heritage. Her entrepreneurial journey began modestly with a hair accessories business, but her ambition soon propelled her into the realm of real estate. In 1992, she founded the Van Thinh Phat Group, a company that would become synonymous with luxury developments across Vietnam. Lan's ascent was meteoric. Through strategic alliances and an uncanny ability to navigate the complex intersections of business and politics, she expanded her empire. By 2012, she had gained control over the Saigon Joint Stock Commercial Bank, SCB, Vietnam's largest bank by assets. This acquisition not only solidified her financial influence, but also provided her with the means to fund her expansive real estate projects. However, beneath the veneer of success lay a labyrinth of financial manipulations. Lan's control over SCB was far from transparent. Investigations would later reveal that she wielded influence through more than 24 intermediaries, ensuring that a staggering 93% of the bank's loans were funneled into her own companies and associated shell entities. This intricate web of transactions masked the true extent of her financial machinations. The facade began to crumble in October 2022. After years of mounting suspicions and covert investigations, authorities arrested Lan. The charges were staggering. She was accused of embezzling over $12.5 billion from SCB through 916 fraudulent loan applications between February 2018 and October 2022. The revelation of such a colossal fraud sent shockwaves through Vietnam's financial sector. The aftermath of her arrest was tumultuous. The exposure of the fraud led to a crisis of confidence among SCB's depositors. Panic ensued, and within days, 3 SCB employees tragically took their own lives. The bank faced a severe liquidity crisis as depositors rushed to withdraw their funds, fearing for the safety of their savings. In March 2024, Lan's trial commenced at the Ho Chi Minh City People's Court. The proceedings were unprecedented in scale. Alongside Lan, 82 other defendants stood accused, including former leaders of SCB, officers from the State Bank of Vietnam, and members of the government inspectorate. The charges ranged from embezzlement to bribery and violations of banking regulations. The court meticulously dissected the operations of Van Thin Phat Group and SCB. Testimonies revealed how Lan, with the assistance of her niece, Trong Hu Van, had established 52 shell companies and 4 legitimate businesses. These entities were instrumental in securing 155 loans from SCB, effectively siphoning vast sums into their personal coffers. On April 11, 2024, the verdict was delivered. Lan was sentenced to death by lethal injection for her role in orchestrating the massive embezzlement scheme. Her niece received a 17-year prison sentence, while other defendants faced penalties ranging from suspended sentences to life imprisonment. The ramifications of the scandal were profound. The embezzled amount represented approximately 3% of Vietnam's GDP in 2022, underscoring the systemic vulnerabilities within the nation's financial institutions. The government, in response, initiated sweeping reforms aimed at enhancing transparency and accountability in the banking sector. Lan's downfall served as a stark reminder of the perils of unchecked ambition and the intricate dance between wealth and power. Her story, once a testament to entrepreneurial success, became emblematic of one of the most significant financial frauds in Southeast Asia's history. Trong My Lan's rise to power was not an accident. She was a master of influence, a woman who understood the intricacies of Vietnam's financial and political landscape like few others. From the early days of her business ventures, she built relationships with key figures in both government and banking, ensuring that her real estate empire would never lack the funding or regulatory approvals it needed to expand. She was strategic, careful, and above all patient. While others sought quick gains, she played the long game, weaving a network of power that extended into the highest levels of the country's financial system. For decades, Vietnam had been undergoing rapid economic development, transitioning from a centrally planned economy to one driven by market forces. Foreign investment was pouring in, and real estate was booming. It was the perfect environment for someone like Lan to thrive. She understood that land was the ultimate commodity, a finite resource that could only appreciate in value. She secured prime locations in Ho Chi Minh City, Hanoi, and other major urban centers, often through opaque transactions that left little paper trail. When she acquired Saigon Joint Stock Commercial Bank, SCB, she gained access to an almost limitless pool of capital, allowing her to finance massive development projects without relying on traditional lenders. But as her empire grew, so did the risks. Real estate was a highly leveraged business, and much of her wealth was tied up in properties that hadn't yet been completed. To keep the illusion of financial stability, she needed to continually borrow more money, much of it from SCB itself. Using a complex web of shell companies, she funneled loans back into her own projects, effectively paying herself with the bank's money. On paper, everything looked legitimate. The loans were properly documented, the collateral appeared solid, and the bank's balance sheets remained healthy. But in reality, it was a house of cards. By 2018, Lan had reached a level of power where few dared to challenge her. She had friends in high places, and her influence extended far beyond the business world. She was a major donor to political campaigns, a patron of the arts, and a respected figure in Vietnam's elite circles. When whispers of financial irregularities began to circulate, they were quickly silenced. Regulators hesitated to investigate too deeply, fearing the consequences of exposing corruption at such a high level. And for a time, it seemed like she might get away with it. However, as with all financial frauds, the truth could not be hidden forever. The cracks began to show in 2022 when Vietnam's economy faced increasing pressure from global financial instability. The real estate market, once seemingly unstoppable, began to slow down. Investors grew wary and liquidity dried up. SCB, which had been sustaining Lan's empire for years, found itself unable to meet withdrawal demands from its depositors. Panic set in, and the government had no choice but to step in. The arrest of Trong My Lan was a moment of national reckoning. It was not just about one woman's crimes. It was about the systemic weaknesses in Vietnam's financial system that had allowed such a fraud to occur in the first place. When investigators finally gained full access to SCB's records, they were stunned by the sheer scale of the deception. Over 900 fraudulent loan applications, 52 shell companies, and a money trail that stretched across multiple countries. The numbers were staggering, over $12.5 billion embezzled, an amount that exceeded the GDP of some small nations. Case 5. The fallout was immediate. SCB was placed under government supervision, its executives arrested or forced to resign. Depositors who had trusted the bank with their life savings were left in financial ruin. The government scrambled to contain the crisis, injecting emergency funds to prevent a total collapse of the banking sector. And yet, the damage had already been done. Vietnam's reputation in the international financial community was severely damaged, making foreign investors hesitant to commit new capital to the country. As Lan sat in her prison cell awaiting trial, she must have reflected on how it had all come to this. Had she been too ambitious? Had she trusted the wrong people? Or had she simply believed, as so many before her had, that she was untouchable? Whatever the case, her fate was sealed. The trial would be swift, the evidence overwhelming. And in a country where financial crimes of this magnitude were not taken lightly, there was only one possible outcome. The courtroom was packed when the verdict was announced. The judge, a stern-faced man who had presided over some of Vietnam's most high-profile corruption cases, delivered the sentence in a measured tone. Death by lethal injection. Gasps echoed through the room, though few were surprised. Lan, for her part, remained composed, her face betraying no emotion. She had spent her entire life controlling the narrative, shaping reality to fit her ambitions. But in the end, reality had caught up with her. Her downfall sent shockwaves through the country. Some saw it as a necessary step toward cleaning up corruption in Vietnam's financial sector. Others viewed it as a warning to those who wielded unchecked power. And yet, for all the attention it received, there was an undeniable sense of inevitability. Lan had risen higher than most, but like so many before her, she had flown too close to the sun. Her empire, once a symbol of wealth and success, now stood as a cautionary tale. The luxury skyscrapers, the high-end shopping malls, the extravagant hotels, monuments to a woman who had believed she could rewrite the rules. But in the end, the rules had won. The days following Trong My Lan's sentencing were marked by an eerie silence among Vietnam's elite. Those who had once attended her extravagant galas, who had toasted to her success with the finest champagne, now pretended they had never known her. The whispers in the corridors of power grew louder, not about her guilt, no one doubted that, but about who else might be implicated. It was impossible for an empire of this scale to function without enablers. Bank executives, government officials, foreign investors, many had played a role in the rise of SCB, even if they hadn't directly participated in the fraud. The question now was how deep the authorities were willing to dig. The financial collapse that followed was not immediate, but its effects were devastating. SCB had been a pillar of Vietnam's economy, and its sudden fall left a void that could not be easily filled. Other banks, wary of a similar fate, tightened their lending standards, causing a sharp decline in real estate investment. The booming property market, which had once seemed unstoppable, ground to a halt. Construction sites stood abandoned, half-built skyscrapers casting long shadows over a city that had once symbolized endless growth. For the ordinary citizens of Vietnam, the consequences were personal. Thousands of families who had deposited their savings in SCB now faced financial ruin. Small business owners who had taken loans from the bank found their credit lines frozen. The ripples of the scandal extended beyond Vietnam's borders, with international investors pulling out of Vietnamese markets, fearful that the country's financial system was more fragile than it appeared. As Lan awaited her execution, she was moved to a high-security prison outside of Ho Chi Minh City. Gone were the designer suits, the luxurious mansions, the personal assistants catering to her every need. Now she wore the same uniform as the other inmates, ate the same food, and lived by the same strict routines. But she was not like the others. She had lived at the pinnacle of power, had shaped the destiny of an entire nation's economy, and now she sat in a cold, gray cell, reduced to nothing more than a cautionary tale. Her final days were spent in a state of reluctant reflection. She had always prided herself on being able to control every situation, to predict every outcome. But she had never anticipated this. The betrayal, the isolation, the swift and unforgiving justice of the state she had once influenced so deeply. There were no appeals, no last-minute deals to be made. The same connections that had once protected her had now abandoned her, eager to distance themselves from the scandal. The day of her execution arrived without ceremony. The guards led her down a narrow corridor, her footsteps echoing off the concrete walls. She did not resist, did not plead for mercy. She had always understood the game she played, and she had lost. As she was strapped to the execution table, she closed her eyes, perhaps for the first time truly aware of the weight of her actions. The needle punctured her skin, the lethal injection flowing into her veins, and within minutes, it was over. The woman who had once controlled billions, who had shaped the fate of a nation, was gone. But the story did not end there. In the weeks that followed, the Vietnamese government launched an extensive crackdown on corruption within the banking and real estate sectors. Executives were arrested, their assets seized. High-ranking officials who had turned a blind eye to Lan's dealings were quietly removed from their positions. The government issued statements promising a new era of financial transparency, though many doubted whether real change would come. Internationally, the scandal had lasting repercussions. Foreign investors, once eager to pour money into Vietnam's booming economy, hesitated. The fear of systemic corruption, of hidden financial risks, made them reconsider. The Vietnamese stock market suffered, and the country's economic growth slowed. It was a painful but necessary reckoning, a harsh reminder that no economy, no matter how promising, could thrive on deception. Years later, the ruins of Lan's empire still stood as silent reminders of her rise and fall. The unfinished skyscrapers, the vacant luxury malls, the abandoned penthouses, monuments to a dream that had turned to dust. Some of her former associates managed to rebuild their lives, reinventing themselves under different names in different industries. But for many, the scandal would never truly fade. It was a stain on Vietnam's history, a lesson written in billions of lost dollars and shattered lives. And yet, in the shadows of the wreckage, new players emerged. The cycle continued. Another entrepreneur, another bank, another ambitious scheme. Because greed, like history, has a way of repeating itself. The collapse of Trong My Lan's empire did not just affect those directly tied to her business dealings. It sent shockwaves through Vietnam's entire economic and political system, leaving behind a landscape of uncertainty and fear. In the aftermath of the SCB scandal, government agencies scrambled to contain the damage. Officials publicly assured citizens that their savings were secure, that the country's financial system was resilient, and that those responsible for the fraud would be punished. But behind closed doors, the panic was palpable. Investigators pored over financial records, trying to map out the full extent of the corruption. It was bigger than anyone had imagined. Lan's personal empire, once hidden behind layers of shell companies, offshore accounts, and carefully structured real estate deals, was being dismantled piece by piece. The Vietnamese government seized luxury properties, froze bank accounts, and auctioned off assets to recover some of the losses. International law enforcement agencies, from Interpol to the FBI, began looking into whether her financial web had extended beyond Vietnam's borders. Rumors swirled that foreign banks had helped launder her money, that powerful business figures in Hong Kong and Singapore had been complicit in her schemes. For many in Vietnam's elite, the real concern was not just the loss of money, but the potential exposure of their own misdeeds. Lan had not built her empire alone. There were ministers, bureaucrats, and even military officials who had benefited from her success. Some had accepted bribes to approve fraudulent loans. Others had turned a blind eye to regulatory violations in exchange for favors. Now, with Lan gone, they feared that they would be next. A series of quiet resignations followed. High-ranking officials suddenly stepped down for health reasons. Business executives disappeared from the public eye. Some fled the country, seeking refuge in nations without extradition treaties. But for others, escape was not an option. One by one, arrests were made. The police rounded up former SCB executives, real estate developers, and government regulators who had been linked to the scandal. Some cooperated, providing evidence in exchange for reduced sentences. Others maintained their innocence, insisting that they had simply been following orders. But the evidence was overwhelming. Documents detailing fraudulent transactions, recorded conversations discussing bribes, testimonies from whistleblowers who had once worked for Lan. The trials that followed were swift and highly publicized. The Vietnamese government needed to send a message that no one, no matter how powerful, was above the law. Several key figures received lengthy prison sentences, their fortunes stripped away. The courts ordered restitution, but much of the money was gone, lost in offshore accounts that would never be recovered. Yet, for all the government's efforts to restore trust, the damage was done. The Vietnamese economy struggled to recover. Foreign investors hesitated to return, wary of another collapse. Small businesses, which had once thrived under the credit system fueled by SCB, now found themselves unable to secure loans. The real estate market, once a symbol of Vietnam's rapid modernization, stagnated. Unfinished buildings dotted the skyline, monuments to a financial empire that had crumbled overnight. For ordinary citizens, the scandal was more than just headlines. It was a harsh reality. Thousands had lost their life savings, caught in the collapse of SCB. Retirees who had trusted the bank with their pensions now faced financial ruin. Young families who had taken loans to buy homes found themselves in debt, with no way to refinance. Protests erupted in major cities, demanding justice for the victims. The government responded with promises of reform, but trust was not easily regained. As the years passed, the memory of Trong My Land's empire began to fade, but its consequences lingered. The financial sector implemented stricter regulations, making it harder for fraud on such a scale to occur again. Political leaders distanced themselves from the scandal, rewriting history to present themselves as champions of justice. But behind the scenes, the game remained unchanged. New business empires rose, new power players emerged, each promising a new era of prosperity. And yet, in the quiet corners of Vietnam's financial world, there were whispers. Whispers of new deals being made, of new fortunes being built in the shadows, of lessons learned, not in how to prevent corruption, but in how to hide it better. Because greed does not disappear. It evolves. And as long as there is power to be gained, there will always be those willing to risk everything to seize it. The fallout from Trong My Land's empire continued to ripple through Vietnam and beyond. Despite the government's efforts to contain the scandal, the damage had already been done. The scale of the fraud had shaken the very foundations of Vietnam's economic and political landscape, exposing vulnerabilities that had long been ignored. For those who had once thrived under land's shadow, survival became the only priority. As the trials dragged on, the true extent of land's network became clearer. The corruption had not just been limited to SCB or the real estate sector. It extended into infrastructure projects, energy contracts, even military procurement. Documents leaked to investigative journalists revealed years of illicit dealings. Fake construction contracts, inflated budgets, and kickbacks funneled through offshore companies. The public, already disillusioned, now faced the reality that the nation's rapid modernization had been built on a foundation of lies. Lan, once a symbol of success, became a cautionary tale. From her prison cell, she refused to speak to the press. Some believed she had made a deal, that in exchange for leniency, she had provided investigators with names, accounts, details that would take down even bigger figures. Others speculated that she was simply biding her time, waiting for the political winds to shift in her favor. After all, she had built an empire from nothing. Who was to say she couldn't rebuild it from within prison walls? But the empire she had left behind was crumbling. Without her control, SCB was dismantled, its assets divided among other financial institutions. Properties once owned by her real estate group were seized by the state, auctioned off to new developers eager to distance themselves from the scandal. But the scars remained. The luxury towers that had once symbolized Vietnam's economic rise now stood as reminders of unchecked greed. Some were left unfinished, their construction abandoned as investors fled. For the thousands who had lost their savings, justice was cold comfort. The government issued compensation schemes, promising to return a portion of lost funds. But the process was slow and riddled with bureaucracy. Many would never see their money again. The real estate market collapsed, dragging small businesses down with it. Unemployment rose, and for the first time in years, Vietnam's economic growth slowed. Internationally, Vietnam faced scrutiny. Foreign banks that had once welcomed Vietnamese capital now hesitated, fearing exposure to further corruption scandals. Trade agreements were re-evaluated, with some nations demanding stricter oversight on Vietnamese financial practices. The country's leadership, desperate to restore confidence, enacted sweeping reforms, promising transparency and stricter regulations. But trust, once broken, is not easily repaired. In the political sphere, the scandal became a weapon. Rival factions within the government used it to settle old scores, accusing one another of complicity. Ministers fell, bureaucrats were reassigned, and new faces emerged, promising change. Yet, behind closed doors, the game remained the same. Those who had once stood by Lan now sought new alliances, shifting their loyalties to the next rising power. For the ordinary people, life went on. The streets of Ho Chi Minh City, once bustling with high-end real estate developments, now saw a different kind of growth. Small businesses adapted, turning to alternative financial models. Crowdfunding platforms emerged, helping entrepreneurs bypass the traditional banking system. Digital currencies gained popularity as distrust in traditional institutions grew. Yet, in the quiet corners of Vietnam's financial world, whispers persisted. Whispers of hidden assets, of money that had never been recovered. Some believed Lan had stashed billions in offshore accounts, waiting for the right moment to reclaim her fortune. Others spoke of new players rising, learning from her mistakes, ready to exploit the same system that had once made her untouchable. Because power, once seized, is never easily relinquished. And in the shadows of Vietnam's economic recovery, a new generation of opportunists watched and waited, ready to take their turn at the game. In the aftermath of the SCB scandal, Vietnam's financial and political landscape underwent a transformation, though not the one many had hoped for. While the government publicly declared victory in dismantling the corrupt empire of Trong My Lan, behind closed doors, the deeper networks of power remained largely intact. The roots of corruption ran too deep, too intertwined with Vietnam's modernization efforts, to be easily removed. Trong My Lan herself became something of a ghost within the system. Officially, she was imprisoned, serving a life sentence for orchestrating the largest financial fraud in the country's history. But whispers suggested that her influence had not entirely vanished. Some claimed that the luxurious prison where she was held was more akin to a private estate, where she continued to conduct business through intermediaries. Others insisted that she had transferred control of her wealth to loyal associates who operated in her stead. Regardless of the truth, one thing was certain: Lan had built a system designed to outlive her, and in many ways it had. Meanwhile, the financial markets struggled to recover. The Vietnamese government injected funds into the economy to stabilize investor confidence, but the damage had already been done. International institutions tightened regulations on Vietnamese transactions, making it harder for businesses to secure loans or conduct foreign investments. Several banks, once seen as rising stars in Southeast Asia, faced internal audits, revealing further cases of mismanagement and fraud. SCB had been the largest scandal, but it was not the only one. For ordinary citizens, the aftermath was particularly painful. Thousands had lost their life savings, their homes, their businesses. The government's compensation programs were slow, bureaucratic, and often ineffective. Many former SCB customers found themselves trapped in legal battles, trying to reclaim even a fraction of what had been stolen. The real estate market, once fueled by speculation and artificial growth, collapsed, leaving towering skeletons of unfinished buildings across Ho Chi Minh City and beyond. What had once been a city of ambition now bore the scars of unchecked greed. In the political world, the scandal served as both a warning and an opportunity. Rival factions within the Communist Party used the fallout to settle old scores, pushing out those who had been too closely tied to Lan's operations. High-ranking officials resigned under the guise of accountability, only to be replaced by new figures who were, in many cases, just as compromised. The anti-corruption drive, though aggressive, was also selective. While some power players fell, others simply adapted. Among the most unsettling revelations was the extent of foreign involvement in Lan's operations. Investigations uncovered offshore accounts, hidden investments in European and Middle Eastern banks, and a network of shell companies spanning multiple continents. Some international banks quietly settled cases, avoiding further scrutiny, while others faced legal battles that dragged on for years. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, the world moved on. Other financial crises emerged elsewhere, drawing attention away from Vietnam's struggles. The international media, once fixated on the scandal, found new stories to chase. Even within Vietnam, as the years passed, the memory of SCB faded. People adapted, finding new ways to navigate an economy that had been fundamentally reshaped by the scandal. And then a rumor surfaced, one that reignited old fears. A high-profile journalist, known for exposing financial corruption, received an anonymous tip about hidden assets connected to Lan. According to the source, billions remained unaccounted for, locked away in offshore trusts or hidden within the legal loopholes of international finance. The journalist, eager to uncover the truth, began digging. But before they could publish their findings, they disappeared. The official report cited a tragic accident. The journalist had been traveling in a remote province when their vehicle veered off the road. No foul play was suspected, but those who knew the journalist were unconvinced. They had been careful, meticulous. The timing was too convenient, too coincidental. Whispers began again. If Land's empire had truly fallen, then why did its shadows still linger? Why did those who sought the truth continue to meet unfortunate ends? Because power, once acquired, is never easily relinquished. And in Vietnam's underworld, where fortunes are made and lost in silence, the game was far from over. Case 6. In the intricate web of European finance, one name stands out as a central figure in one of the continent's most extensive tax fraud scandals, Sanjay Shah. Born in London to Indian parents, Shah initially pursued a career in medicine before shifting to finance. His journey led him through prominent financial institutions, including Merrill Lynch and Credit Suisse, before he established his own investment firms. However, it was his involvement in the CumEx trading scheme that would etch his name into the annals of financial infamy. The CumEx scandal, which came to light in 2017, revolved around a complex stock trading strategy that exploited tax systems across Europe. At its core, the scheme involved the rapid trading of shares to create the illusion of multiple owners, each entitled to a tax rebate on dividends. This manipulation allowed participants to claim refunds on taxes they had never paid, draining European treasuries of an estimated 55 billion euros. Shah's role in this elaborate fraud was significant. Operating from Dubai, he orchestrated trades that took advantage of loopholes in tax laws, particularly in Germany and Denmark. Through his network of companies, Shah facilitated transactions that enabled multiple parties to claim the same tax refund. His operations were so extensive that Danish authorities accused him of masterminding a scheme that defrauded Denmark alone of 1.7 billion euros. Despite the mounting allegations, Shah maintained his innocence. Residing in a luxurious villa in Dubai, he lived a life of opulence, far from the jurisdictions seeking his prosecution. His extradition proved challenging due to the complexities of international law and the absence of treaties between the involved nations. As legal battles ensued, Shah's case highlighted the difficulties in addressing financial crimes that transcend borders. The CumEx scandal not only exposed vulnerabilities in European tax systems, but also underscored the intricate interplay between finance, law, and international cooperation. As investigations continued, they revealed a network of bankers, lawyers, and traders complicit in the scheme, leading to widespread scrutiny and calls for systemic reforms. In the end, the saga of Sanjay Shah and the CumEx scandal serves as a stark reminder of the potential for exploitation within complex financial systems and the ongoing challenges in bringing such perpetrators to justice. Viktor Andreev's life and how he built his criminal network across Europe, from antique smuggling to illegal banking operations that made him increasingly wealthy and untouchable by law. However, with his expanding fortune and power, Viktor began to attract the attention of authorities, and slowly, cracks started to form within his empire. As Viktor delved deeper into his operations, he realized that the criminal underworld was far from stable. He was a master at covering his tracks, but each move he made gradually limited his escape routes. One of his riskiest decisions was entering the world of high-stakes financial fraud, a realm where even the slightest misstep could trigger a cascade of consequences. The scheme began with offshore accounts in Switzerland and Cyprus, where he funneled millions through a network of shell companies. These companies, seemingly legitimate, were nothing more than facades that laundered illicit money from arms smuggling, art theft, and cryptocurrency scams. Viktor's brilliance lay in his ability to manipulate financial systems, using AI-driven algorithms to execute high-frequency trades that blurred the origins of his wealth. At first, his plan worked seamlessly. Investors, lured by promises of staggering returns, poured their money into his funds, unaware that they were nothing more than elaborate Ponzi schemes. With each new investor, Viktor paid the old ones, creating an illusion of success. His network spanned from London's financial district to discreet offices in Monaco, where he conducted business with powerful figures who, like him, thrived in secrecy. But as his empire expanded, so did the risks. A former associate, a Hungarian banker named Laszlo Kovacs, became disillusioned with Viktor's methods. Laszlo had initially been drawn to the operation by the promise of unimaginable wealth, but over time, he began to see the true cost: financial ruin for unsuspecting victims, lives destroyed by deception. Fearing for his own future, Laszlo made a fateful decision. He contacted European authorities, offering them an inside look at Viktor's empire in exchange for immunity. Unbeknownst to Viktor, a multinational task force had been monitoring his activities for months. Laszlo's testimony provided the missing piece of the puzzle. Specific names, transaction records, and encrypted communications that painted a damning picture of Victor's operations. The authorities launched a covert operation, surveilling Victor's movements, tracking his private jets, and intercepting his financial transactions. Despite his paranoia, Victor remained convinced of his invincibility. He had bribed politicians, manipulated law enforcement agencies, and built a web of influence that made him feel untouchable. But he underestimated the power of betrayal. One evening in Zurich, as he prepared to finalize a deal with a wealthy Middle Eastern investor, a sudden commotion erupted in the lobby of his five-star hotel. Within seconds, a team of Swiss and Europol agents stormed the premises, moving with precision. Victor, always calculating, instinctively reached for the escape route he had meticulously planned. But this time, there was no way out. The arrest sent shockwaves through the financial and criminal worlds alike. News headlines across Europe painted Victor as the mastermind of one of the largest fraud schemes in history. His assets were frozen, his associates arrested, and his empire dismantled piece by piece. Yet, even as he sat in an interrogation room, facing a lifetime behind bars, Victor's mind remained restless. He had spent decades outmaneuvering his enemies, and as the interrogators laid out their case against him, a faint smirk played on his lips. He knew one thing that they didn't. His fortune wasn't entirely gone, and there were still those loyal to him on the outside. The question remained, was this truly the end of Victor Andreev, or was it merely another beginning? The walls of the interrogation room were cold, sterile, and devoid of anything that could provide comfort. The air was thick with the scent of stale coffee and cigarette smoke, remnants of the long hours the investigators had spent piecing together their case. Victor sat motionless, his mind calculating at an extraordinary pace. He had spent decades mastering the art of deception, and now, for the first time, he was caught in a position where he was no longer in control. Across from him sat a Swiss investigator, a man in his mid-40s with a face hardened by years of chasing criminals who thought they were untouchable. His name was Detective Lars Schneider, and unlike the many corrupt officials Victor had dealt with, this man had no price. His determination was unshakable, his mission clear, to bring Victor Andreev to justice. The documents laid before Victor detailed his entire criminal empire. Every offshore transaction, every fraudulent account, every forged signature that had fueled his decades-long reign as the Shadow King of Europe's underworld. The sheer depth of the evidence was staggering, and yet Victor remained composed. He had faced adversities before, and he was not about to let this moment shatter the persona he had spent his entire life perfecting. As Lars flipped through the pages, his voice calm but firm, Victor's mind wandered back to the events leading up to his capture. It had all begun with a single miscalculation, a rare error in his otherwise flawless web of deceit. Months before his arrest, Victor had orchestrated what should have been the crowning achievement of his career. A deal worth over 2 billion euros involving the sale of stolen antiquities, arms trade, and high-frequency stock manipulation. The buyers were among the world's most powerful entities, corrupt oligarchs, rogue nation-states, and secretive investment groups that thrived in the shadows. The transaction was complex, requiring an intricate ballet of encrypted communication, money laundering through shell corporations, and coordination between multiple intermediaries who had never even met each other. Everything had gone according to plan until a single encrypted email was intercepted by a cybersecurity unit in France. The email itself contained nothing explicitly incriminating. Victor had ensured that no direct ties could ever be traced back to him. However, the metadata embedded within the message revealed patterns that intelligence agencies had been tracking for years. Victor had used the same sophisticated encryption software in previous deals, and this was the threat authorities had been waiting for. The unraveling was slow, methodical. Investigators didn't strike immediately. Instead, they watched. They followed the trails, connected the dots, and built a case so airtight that even Victor's most skilled lawyers would struggle to dismantle it. Back in the interrogation room, Victor remained silent as Lars laid out the reality of his situation. The list of charges was exhaustive: fraud, conspiracy, racketeering, money laundering, arms trafficking. If convicted, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. But Victor had not come this far by simply accepting defeat. He leaned back slightly, his expression unreadable. He knew there were still cards left to play. Somewhere beyond these walls, there were those who remained loyal to him. Money had a way of shifting tides, and Victor had more of it than most governments. His mind drifted to the contingency plans he had put in place over the years. Hidden accounts in jurisdictions that didn't comply with international law, encrypted communications set to activate upon his arrest, and most importantly, people within the system who owed him favors. Yet, as much as he wanted to believe he could escape, he knew the reality of his situation. This was not a simple arrest. This was a coordinated effort by multiple nations, an operation that had been in the making for years. His usual tactics of bribery and intimidation would not work here. For the first time in decades, Victor found himself staring at a future where he was no longer the puppet master, but the one whose fate was being decided by others. The thought was unsettling, but Victor was not a man who surrendered easily. If this was to be the final game, he would play it until the very last move. The sound of the heavy iron door locking behind Victor echoed through the dimly lit corridor. He was no longer a man of influence, no longer the untouchable figure who had dictated the fates of corporations, governments, and entire economies from the shadows. Now he was just another prisoner in the high-security detention facility of La Santé prison in Paris, awaiting trial for crimes that spanned continents. The air inside was thick with a mix of sweat and despair, a stark contrast to the luxury Victor had grown accustomed to over the decades. His cell was a far cry from the penthouses and estates he once called home. Bare walls, a thin mattress, and a rusted metal sink that dripped constantly. He ran his hand over the rough concrete wall, his mind already calculating his next move. He knew that men like him didn't simply vanish into prison cells. There were forces at play beyond the courtroom, alliances built on decades of secrets and mutually assured destruction. If he was to fall, others would fall with him, and Victor had no intention of being a martyr. Outside the prison walls, the world was still reeling from the revelations of his empire. The trial was set to be one of the most publicized in European history, with the media painting him as the mastermind behind an intricate web of financial manipulation, fraud, and organized crime. Analysts debated the full extent of his influence. Had he really dictated market crashes? Had governments been overthrown under his command? Or was he simply the most convenient scapegoat for a system that had been corrupt long before he entered it? His lawyers were working tirelessly, but Victor knew better than to rely solely on legal defenses. He needed leverage, something that would remind the world, especially those in power, that his knowledge was too dangerous to be buried in a cell. As the trial neared, documents began surfacing in unexpected places. Anonymous leaks to journalists, encrypted files sent to intelligence agencies, and dossiers implicating some of the world's most powerful figures in crimes far worse than what Victor was accused of. The public was outraged, but not at Victor. Instead, attention shifted to the very institutions that had once condemned him. Rumors began swirling of a deal being negotiated behind closed doors. Victor's knowledge was too valuable, his connections too vast. There were whispers of an alternative fate, one that did not involve a lifetime behind bars. But Victor knew the game was far from over. He had spent his life controlling others, and he would not allow himself to become a pawn. If they wanted to strike a deal, it would be on his terms. And if they planned to silence him instead, they would find that Victor Andreev was not a man who went down without a fight. Victor sat in his dimly lit cell, staring at the damp concrete wall, his mind calculating every possible outcome. He had built his empire on strategy, on understanding the weaknesses of others and turning them into his own advantage. Now, for the first time, the system had turned against him. But he wasn't beaten yet. Outside the prison walls, the world was still unraveling from the leaks. High-ranking officials across multiple governments were resigning, corporate leaders were vanishing into exile, and intelligence agencies were working overtime to contain the damage. Every day, new information surfaced, evidence that Victor's empire had never acted alone. The global economy had been orchestrated by more than just one man. He had simply been the one to make the boldest moves. Inside the courtroom, the trial had turned into a spectacle. The prosecution painted Victor as the mastermind of one of the greatest financial and criminal conspiracies in history, while the defense meticulously dismantled the allegations, pointing to the hypocrisy of those condemning him. The evidence against him was damning, but Victor had anticipated this. He had lived a life of deception, and he knew better than anyone how to turn perception into reality. Each witness brought forward had their own skeletons, and as Victor's lawyers cross-examined them, their credibility began to crumble. Judges shifted uncomfortably in their seats as the defense exposed just how deeply embedded Victor had been in the very institutions trying to take him down. It became clear that putting him on trial meant exposing their own secrets to the world. Meanwhile, Victor had not been idle behind bars. Messages had been sent, deals had been struck in whispers between his contacts on the outside. There was movement beyond the public eye, arrangements being made that would ensure his survival, one way or another. The night before the final hearing, a prison guard delivered a message, a simple slip of paper with a handwritten note. "Tomorrow we make history. Be ready." He smirked. The game wasn't over. It had never been. As dawn broke over Paris, the prison was eerily quiet. The guards at La Santé were accustomed to housing some of France's most notorious criminals, but none quite like Victor Andreev. The man wasn't a mere gangster or a corrupt businessman. He was an institution in himself, a force of nature that had woven himself into the very fabric of global power. By midday, the prison security systems began experiencing strange malfunctions. Surveillance cameras flickered, communication lines were disrupted, and guards reported interference in their radios. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a technical glitch, but those who had spent years working in intelligence knew better. Inside the courtroom, Victor was led to the defendant's stand. He wore the same calm, unreadable expression he always did. He listened as the prosecutor delivered their closing statement, listing his alleged crimes one by one. Fraud, market manipulation, money laundering, conspiracy. The accusations piled up like bricks in a wall meant to bury him. Then, just as the judge prepared to announce the next phase of the proceedings, chaos erupted. The courtroom lights flickered before plunging into darkness. A loud bang echoed through the chamber, followed by shouts from security personnel. Victor remained seated, composed, as the chaos unfolded around him. In the confusion, figures moved quickly through the courthouse. They were coordinated, precise, working with military efficiency. They bypassed security measures with ease, as if they had been designed for this very moment. Within minutes, Victor was no longer in his seat. By the time order was restored, the courtroom was empty. The world woke up the next morning to a single message broadcast on encrypted channels, a message that sent shockwaves through governments and intelligence agencies alike. You cannot erase what was built in the shadows. The empire lives on. Victor Andreev had vanished. The streets of Paris were restless that night. The escape of Victor Andreev had sent shockwaves through the world, exposing the fragility of institutions once believed to be impenetrable. Governments scrambled to contain the news. Intelligence agencies worked tirelessly to trace any lead, and law enforcement poured into the city like a flood. But Victor was already gone. His escape had not been a desperate act of a man on the run. It had been a carefully orchestrated operation, planned long before he had ever stepped foot in that courtroom. There had been no blind luck, no fortunate coincidences. Every element had been designed with precision, executed flawlessly by people who owed him everything. As the city descended into lockdown, with every airport, train station, and border crossing under heavy surveillance, Victor sat in the back of an unmarked vehicle, heading towards a future only he knew existed. The men who had extracted him were silent professionals, men who had once served in the highest ranks of intelligence agencies before vanishing into the underworld. They worked not for ideology, not for law, but for something far more powerful, debt. Victor had built his empire on the principle of leverage. Every man and woman in his network owed him something, and he never let them forget it. Some owed him their fortunes, others their lives. The few who tried to betray him had learned that Victor never settled debts in half measures. The vehicle wound its way through the back streets of Paris, avoiding checkpoints and surveillance cameras. Every route had been planned, every obstacle anticipated. Within hours, Victor had left the city entirely. By the time the sun rose over Europe, Victor Andreev was nothing more than a ghost. The world watched in disbelief as news outlets scrambled for answers. How had the most closely monitored prisoner in modern history vanished without a trace? How had security forces, intelligence agencies, and global surveillance networks all failed? Some speculated about inside help, others whispered of a larger conspiracy, but no theory could fully explain the truth. Governments issued urgent warrants, entire agencies were mobilized, and the search extended across continents. But Victor Andreev had spent his life mastering one simple truth. Power was not about control, it was about perception. And now, the world perceived him as unstoppable. Months passed, and the trail grew colder. A handful of unconfirmed sightings emerged, each more improbable than the last. A private security contractor in Dubai claimed to have seen Victor in a luxury penthouse. But when authorities arrived, the apartment had been stripped of all evidence. A banker in Hong Kong reported a transaction linked to one of Victor's old shell companies, but the funds vanished before they could be traced. A journalist in Buenos Aires received an anonymous message, a single line of text. Empires don't die. They evolve. Governments tried to move on, shifting focus to other threats, other crises, but the legend of Viktor Andreev refused to fade. In the shadows, whispers grew, of a new syndicate rising, of financial networks being restructured, of old power brokers making moves in ways that defied explanation. And then one day the world changed again. It began with a single event, one that seemed at first entirely unrelated. A minor bank in Switzerland collapsed overnight, its accounts emptied, its records wiped. Authorities dismissed it as a cyber attack, a sophisticated breach by an unknown group. But those who had spent their lives in the world of finance recognized something deeper. Then came the second event. A multinational corporation, one of the largest in Europe, filed for bankruptcy under mysterious circumstances. Billions of dollars had been siphoned away, rerouted through a web of accounts so complex that even the most advanced forensic teams couldn't untangle it. The third event sent true fear through the establishment. A former intelligence chief, once thought untouchable, was found dead in his private estate. No forced entry, no signs of struggle. Just a single note left behind, written in ink barely visible to the eye. We settle all debts. Panic spread through the highest circles of power. Some believed it was mere coincidence, others dismissed it as paranoia, but those who understood the game knew better. This wasn't revenge. It wasn't chaos. It was strategy. Viktor Andreev had returned. The world would never be the same. Lu Cheng was a man whose name would forever be etched into the criminal history of China. Born in 1972 in Guangzhou, he was raised in a modest household where hard work and discipline were instilled in him from an early age. His father was a factory worker, his mother a street vendor selling dim sum to passers-by. Yet, despite his humble beginnings, Lu Cheng was never content with the life laid out before him. Unlike his peers who followed the conventional paths of education and labor, he sought something more, something bigger, something that would place him beyond the reach of an ordinary life. By the age of 17, Lu had already found his way into the underworld, working for a small-time smuggling operation along the southern coast. At first, he was just another recruit, learning the trade of moving contraband across borders. But unlike the others, Lu possessed something rare, an exceptional mind for organization, strategy, and deception. He quickly rose through the ranks, transforming from a mere foot soldier into a trusted lieutenant. In the early 1990s, China's economic boom created new opportunities for those willing to operate in the shadows. While legitimate businesses flourished, so did the illicit industries that thrived on loopholes in the system. Lu saw this as his chance. He broke away from his old associates and built something of his own, a sprawling empire of illegal trade that spanned across provinces. Counterfeit luxury goods, weapons, stolen electronics, and even human trafficking became part of his growing empire. With every successful operation, his network expanded, pulling in corrupt officials, businessmen, and enforcers who ensured that his operations remained untouchable. Lu's most lucrative venture, however, was his involvement in the counterfeit pharmaceutical trade. As China's pharmaceutical industry grew, so did the demand for cheaper alternatives. Lu capitalized on this, producing fake medications that were nearly identical to legitimate ones. Factories were set up in remote locations, workers were paid in silence, and bribed regulators turned a blind eye. His counterfeit drugs infiltrated not just local pharmacies, but also international markets, causing a silent catastrophe as patients unknowingly consumed ineffective or dangerous medications. It wasn't until 2008 that authorities began to understand the true scale of Lu Cheng's empire. A shipment of counterfeit antibiotics had been intercepted in Hong Kong, traced back to one of his clandestine factories in Shenzhen. What followed was a slow, meticulous unraveling of a web so vast that it stunned even the most seasoned investigators. Lu had embedded himself deep within the system, making him nearly impossible to touch. For years, he evaded law enforcement through an intricate network of shell companies and offshore accounts. His presence was everywhere, yet he remained a ghost, constantly shifting locations and identities. By the time Chinese authorities launched their largest crackdown against organized crime in 2012, Lu was already miles ahead. He fled to Southeast Asia, where he continued his operations from the shadows, orchestrating deals through intermediaries. His downfall, however, came not from the authorities, but from betrayal within his own ranks. One of his most trusted lieutenants, fearing for his own safety, turned against him. With information provided by the insider, Chinese law enforcement, in collaboration with Interpol, finally tracked Lu down in a luxury villa in Bangkok. After an intense operation, he was captured and extradited back to China. Lu Cheng's trial was one of the most high-profile cases in Chinese history. The courtroom was packed with journalists, officials, and families affected by his counterfeit drugs. The evidence was overwhelming: financial records, testimonies, and mountains of confiscated goods. In the end, there was no escape. The verdict was swift, and the punishment severe. His empire crumbled, his wealth seized, and his name became a warning. A reminder that no matter how powerful a criminal might become, the law would always catch up. But for those who suffered from his crimes, justice came too late. Many lives had already been lost, and no sentence could undo the damage done. And so the name Lu Cheng faded into history, remembered not for his brilliance, but for the devastation he left behind. Lu Cheng sat in his prison cell, staring at the cold, gray walls that surrounded him. The once mighty kingpin of China's largest criminal empire was now nothing more than an inmate, stripped of his power, wealth, and influence. His story, however, was far from over. The fall of his empire had sent shockwaves through the criminal underworld, and the repercussions of his arrest would continue to unfold for years to come. For decades, Lu had operated with impunity, building a vast network of corruption and deceit that had made him one of the most powerful figures in China's black market. His counterfeit pharmaceutical business had earned him billions, but at the cost of countless lives. Victims of his fake medications had suffered agonizing deaths, their families left in despair, while Lu lived in luxury, untouched by the suffering he had caused. The trial had been swift, but the investigation into his empire was far from over. Authorities combed through thousands of documents, bank records, and coded communications, trying to piece together the full extent of his operations. Every day, new evidence emerged: hidden warehouses filled with counterfeit drugs, offshore accounts that had funneled billions through secret channels, and corrupt officials who had protected him for years. As Lu sat in his cell, he knew that his legacy was unraveling. His former allies, desperate to save themselves, were turning against him, revealing secrets he had worked so hard to keep hidden. The very people who had once sworn loyalty to him were now testifying in court, detailing the extent of his crimes in exchange for reduced sentences. Outside the prison walls, the world was changing. The Chinese government had launched its most aggressive anti-corruption campaign in decades, using Lu's case as a warning to others. Officials who had once been untouchable were now being investigated, their hidden dealings exposed to the public. The underworld, once ruled by Lu's iron fist, was now in chaos, as rival factions fought for control of the remnants of his empire. But even as Lu's world crumbled, a part of him refused to believe it was over. He had spent his entire life outmaneuvering the law, escaping capture time and time again. Was this truly the end? Or was there still a way out? Lu had always been a master strategist, a man who thrived in the shadows. He knew that prison was not an impenetrable fortress. It was just another system, with its own rules, its own weaknesses. He had bribed officials before. He had escaped from impossible situations. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was still a way to reclaim his freedom. He thought back to the early days of his empire, to the first deals he had made, the first risks he had taken. He had been young, ambitious, and fearless. Nothing had seemed impossible. Wasn't that the very mindset that had made him who he was? In the darkness of his cell, Lu Cheng began to plan. The game was not over yet. Lu Cheng knew he was running out of time. Every day that passed in his cold prison cell felt like a slow death, but his mind never stopped working. The old instincts, the ones that had made him the most powerful criminal in China, had not faded. If anything, they had sharpened. He had built an empire once. He could do it again. But the world outside had changed. The Chinese government had declared an all-out war against corruption and organized crime, and Lu's downfall had been the first major victory in their campaign. The very officials he had once bribed were now being exposed, arrested, and sent to trial. His offshore accounts were being seized, his hidden warehouses raided, and his most trusted allies taken in for questioning. Some had already turned against him, trading information for their own survival. The walls were closing in, but Lu knew that every system had cracks. His prison was one of the highest security facilities in China, built to house the most dangerous criminals, drug lords, corrupt politicians, and violent gang leaders. Yet, even in the tightest cages, corruption still thrived. The guards had power. Power over the prisoners. Power over information. And where there was power, there was always a price. Lu spent months observing, watching carefully for weak spots. He studied the guards' routines, their habits, their personalities. Some were loyal to the system, but others had debts. Gambling, affairs, addictions. Weaknesses he could exploit. He started small. A whispered conversation here, a coded message there. A promise of wealth, a reminder of what he had once controlled. The prison was filled with men who had once served him. Old associates, former enforcers, and even lower-level corrupt officials who had been caught in the purge. They still feared him. They still remembered what he was capable of. The first bribe went unnoticed. Then the second. Slowly, he built a network within the prison walls. Outside, the world had not forgotten him. Despite the government's crackdown, there were still those who remained loyal. Men who had fled to foreign countries, waiting for the right moment. The pieces of his empire that had survived, scattered but not destroyed, were still waiting for his command. Then came the opportunity. A transfer order. Lu was to be moved to another facility, one even more secure than his current one. The government wanted to make sure he would never escape, never rebuild. But they had made a mistake. The guard handling his transfer had already been compromised. A man with a gambling debt, so high he would never be able to repay it. A man desperate enough to take the risk. The escape was meticulously planned. On the night of the transfer, the transport vehicle took a sudden detour, a road under construction, a fake security alert that forced a change in route. A second vehicle, identical to the first, was already waiting at the designated spot. It was over in seconds. The real guards were neutralized before they even understood what was happening. Lu was gone before the authorities could react. By the time the prison realized he was missing, Lu Cheng was already on a private jet, heading toward a country with no extradition treaty. The world erupted in chaos. The Chinese government issued a global manhunt. Interpol was involved, and news outlets around the world covered the story in shock. How had one of the most dangerous criminals in China escaped from a maximum security transfer? Who had helped him? How deep did the corruption still run? But Lu was untouchable once again. In a private villa, hidden away in a country where the law could not reach him, he sipped a glass of wine, watching the sunset over the ocean. His empire had crumbled, but he was still alive. And as long as he lived, he could rebuild. He had lost everything once before. He would rise again,